Hello and welcome to the Midlands Regional Tournament of LudoSport, brought to you by LudoSport Britannia. I hope I'm saying the name right, I keep on getting told off when I'm wrong. We're about to be going into Pool Play A, so do stick with us. We're going to just be a moment before that starts. If you're new to LudoSport, just a very quick recap on how the tournament is run. We start off with Pool Play, where all competitors are going to do a round robin playing against each other to get their ranking before we go into the knockout stages later in today. Now, when we're playing LudoSports, there are two ways to score. There is, of course, the war track, which is getting the point on your opponent. So if you strike your opponent for an O hit, so an O is if you hit towards the torso, you get a point. There is also an E hit, which is a hit which is above the elbows or below the knees, including the hilt of the blade. If you're struck there, you have to remove your guard for a moment, allowing your opponent to get a strike. However, that is not a point scoring hit. If you hit that, that is just going to stop your opponent from making their attack on you if they're mid-motion, or nullify a hit if they make a hit after you've already struck them for an E. There is, of course, the second way to score in the tournament, and that is the fancy style scoring of the tournament. So LudoSports is based on a set of forms that each player has to pass an exam to be able to perform during a combat bout. These forms, at the moment, there are 5 forms, with a 6th that is currently being created by the masters in Italy. But each player is going to be able to use the forms that they've learned thus far. These forms have set movements that players are going to be using. If you perform those to a good standard, or if you are performing them correctly or using them in a moment that is advantageous to you in combat, then you are going to get some style points. And at the end of the tournament, we're going to have winners for both the war track and style points. So stay tuned, we're going to get some lightsaber action coming up to you very shortly with pool number 1. If you've joined us on Instagram to watch the stream today, maybe consider coming over to our YouTube channel to get the full experience. You'll be able to find the link in our bio, in our link tree. I'll just follow there. If you're on Facebook or YouTube and want to comment, we'll be able to see your comments live and hopefully try and let you know what's going on or answer any questions that you have. We're now about to enter the first match of Pool A. Both players making sure that the sabers are on.
Stop!
So we have our first.
So
it looks like we're getting a card, so this is a white card.
Your hand.
And a yellow card. So in LudoSports, a white card indicates that there's just a bit of an amendment that the referee has to make. A yellow card is a warning. You don't get penalty for it. It is a warning though. They can stack. I believe that was for just some swipes that are a bit too close to the face. So in LudoSport, of course, safety is always a big concern. Both players here deciding to wear face protection. So that counteracts the off strike.
Stop!
The player in black, I believe, using form.
Anyone felt something first?
And in the, I believe they call it
Doppio
the style tunic.
0-1.
It's also using form, I
Guardia.
believe.
Via!
So form 1 is a very
Stop!
stable set of moves. It's based on trying to keep your
Saluto.
of 2-0 to the player in black. And that's the first bout of Pool A. I've just realised how cold the door is
With the rest of your pool.
So, type of stuff. I'm just going to get the names of the players up. I've just realised that I didn't have access to that for a moment.
Next up, Craig versus Tom, followed by James versus Craig.
So we have Craig versus Tom. I'm terribly sorry, I can't get the internet to work on my phone to get the names up. Craig and Tom. So I believe Craig is on the left of the stream with straight in, a bit of a faster bounce. Craig trying to push Tom towards the edge of the ring. Tom being able to get a shot.
Zero uno. Guardia. Via. Continuare.
So you can see on the E shoots, players are having to remove their guard and jump backwards a little bit. Well, they don't have to jump backwards, but it's a good way of getting out of range. It looks like there's an E on the back. It's a bit of a slow declaration. Players do have to loudly declare an E or an R hit when they are struck. I believe Tom being able to push Craig quite close to the edge of the ring, also Craig readjusting. From the look of it, both players using a Form 2 style of attack, so this is more of a one-handed combat. A lot faster and snappier than the Form 1 steady Form 2 sort of.
Stop.
We do have a hit.
Oh.
That brings the score 2-0 to, I think it's Craig. In the pool play, we're playing, I believe it is 3 points regardless of who wins. In the knockout stages, it is first 2-3.
Stop.
And that is a time call.
Fine. 0-2. Vince.
So that's 2-0 to Craig. In the pool play stage, you have 90 seconds of combat time, so that's 90 seconds entirely to be able to finish. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, I didn't quite catch the names of the players coming in here. Hopefully you've heard it from the names.
Saluto. Guardia.
So the start calls, Guardian, it's essentially getting rid of.
Continuare.
Very close to stepping out of the ring, but managing to keep just in place.
Stop.
Lovely double movement there. Let's have a look
0-1.
very quickly.
Guardia. Via.
That brings the score to 1-0.
Stop.
So I think this might be a stoppage for missing a declaration.
40.
So we're getting a warning to the player in black there, so they didn't declare when they got struck. It's easy to do in the heat of the moment, you don't notice it.
Stop.
There's this third strike,
Oh.
which brings the score to 3-0. So you can normally tell how long a player's been playing by what they're wearing. A player who is using a black undertunic, that is a Noviccio. I'm gonna say or pretend that that's how you say it. Thank you very much. So we now have Cameron versus Bruce. Thank you, Manor, for finding these scores, the sheets for me. So I believe Cameron is on the left of the screen. Both players coming in nice and quick. I believe they are both using.
Stop.
Ooh, lovely. I believe both players are using Form 3. So a very fast motion of play, we're going to see.
Stop.
I'd take that back. Cameron seems to be mixing in a bit of Form 2 with a one-handed lunge, striking the leg, bringing the score to 2-0.
Stop.
And lovely work.
Off. 1, 2, 20.
Nice fast bit of play from the players. And now this coming into the ring, we have I've lost my list.
By Tom versus James.
Saluto.
I believe this is now on the left-hand side of the screen, and Daniel on the right.
Hey, off. Stop.
Very quick point again.
Off. 0, 1.
Let's see if I can
Via.
just
You ready?
double hit on E, which means we're going to continue play. Another E,
Stop.
an E and an O.
Off. 1 pari.
Look at this.
Via.
Just a quick tap. Brings the score to 2-0. Oh, sorry, no 1-0.
Off. Stop.
And off.
Off. 1, 2, 20.
I believe both players there were
Tom
Cavalieri.
versus James, followed by Cam versus Esme.
So a Cavalieri player, they're going to have been playing for at least, I think, a minimum of 3 years.
Saluto. Guardia. Via.
So again, we have on the left-hand side the player in black using Form 1, which is a very stable form of defense,
Continuare. Su.
with the player in brown. Ooh, we have stepping outside of the arena. The player in brown coming in with quite classical Form 2, so one-handed, a bit more
Via.
fencing style, forcing their opponent out of the ring, getting a point. So like in most sports, if you exit the arena, you are going to be losing that point. And it looks like we've got an R scored.
I mean, it might have been at the same time, but I'm not sure.
So it looks like it was straight
Doppio.
to the chest, but there's a doppio called, which means both players made a hit at the same time. So no points are given. And there was a very quick strike to the side.
2-0.
Bring
20.
the score to 2 and ending the bout. So in the pool stages, I'm going to correct what I said a moment ago. It's not the first to 3 points, or it is 3 rounds of play, and you just get as many points as you can.
Guardia. Via.
So here they go.
Stop.
So
0-1.
that is
Guardia.
1 point.
Via. Stop.
So we do have an off. Let's see if we can get a better angle.
1 pari. Guardia.
Ooh, not quite.
Via.
So that brings the score to 1-0.
Stop.
And that looks like it's going to be very simple to the underarm.
2-1. Vince.
Very quick end to the bout. Who do we have coming on now?
Reese versus Dante versus, followed by Craig versus Cam.
So Reese versus... Is that Reese versus Jackie?
Saluto.
I'm not entirely sure.
Guardia. Via.
energetic bout. The ref is having a little bit of a think.
Oh! 0-1.
But the point has been given. That brings the score to 1-0.
Yeah!
So both players wearing orange and red tunic.
Stop!
I believe that means that they're both parallel. So these are students who have passed the style exam of at least 2 forms of the secondary education. This can happen 1 or 2 years after they're promoted. So that means that they're both players, I believe, a minimum of about between 3 and 4 years training and passing their exams.
Yeah!
At the moment. Ooh, lovely swing. So
They was in Missouri. Oh! 1-2. Vincent.
So I think ref was just making sure that the hit to the forearm wasn't too strong on the red player, but they're perfectly fine.
Craig versus Cam, followed by Esme versus Reese.
So this is Craig versus Cam. I'm terribly sorry if I get the names wrong, but I believe Craig is in the red, so is a Cavalier, with Cam in the beaver, so a Nitzerati.
Stop! The hit was affected while you were opening.
So we have a ref believing that they saw a hit, which brings the score to 1-0. Lovely riposte.
Y suo continuare. No, stop.
So just having a quick look at that.
1.
So that was both players getting a hit pretty much simultaneously. Nulled the point, no points given. So I believe at the moment we're seeing both players using the forms that they most recently trained in. So the red player, I believe, using a lot of Form 3, a lot of very fast movements there. It's very similar to Form 1, but a lot quicker in using the motion to continue the blows. With the player in the tan tunic using Form 2, which is the most recent form they will have been able to train in. Ooh, yellow card. So a yellow card is a warning. You don't get a penalty for it, there is a warning. That card being given for a bit of overly dangerous swinging there. So that's just a warning to make sure that they need to keep in control. Remember, LudoSports, it is a game, and it's very important to make sure that everyone keeps safe and not smacked. You can receive quite hard hits in LudoSports, but they're all controlled, or they should be. So if you're playing in a manner that the refs are deeming that you don't have the necessary control with the blade to play safely, they will pull you up on that.
Next up, Esme versus Reese, then quick 5-minute break.
So we have Reese versus, sorry, with it. Was it Esme? I think Reese versus Esme. Reese in red, Esme in tan. So Reese going for the Form 2, one-handed fencing style element. Esme following suit at the end there, but I believe started off in Form 1, which is a nice staple. Form 1 is very much based on keeping your base and your basics in check.
Stop!
Ooh, refs have. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. We had the
Oh.
live play going.
0-2.
The score is currently 2-0. Beautiful turn to LudoSport isn't just about getting the strike on your opponent, it's also doing it with style. So style points. You have both the war track, where you get points for striking your opponent, but you also get style for pulling off correct moves or moves correctly. That is judged by a style judge, and you will be ranked at the end of the tournament on that. Being able to pull off a lot of people call it a spin, but really it is a rotation in LudoSport, so being able to rotate all the way around while also blocking your opponent is going to get you some good style points. We're going to take a very short break now as the refs have just changed over and we go back into the second half of Pool A. So stick with us and we'll be back very shortly. And we're back, and I definitely did not get distracted for a moment. So both players hitting very fast.
Stop.
So let's have a look what happened there. That's Luno. So no points given. Both players making a strike at the same time. If we get a clearer shot here. So again, the E hit is if you're struck below the elbow, including the hilt, or on the knee. That brings the score to 1-0. We're just having a quick check of the lightsaber at the moment. Refs are just making sure that the blade is nice and securely attached to the saber. We've got a third ref coming in, an official to check that the blades are nice and tight. So if your lightsaber goes out during the bout, it is treated the same as if it turned off in the Star Wars films. A player can cut through you. Ooh, lovely hit on the shoulder. That brings the score to 1-1. It's a nice easy shot. That's one of the benefits of using Form 2. With a lightsaber style that's a bit more like fencing, you can very much snipe your opponent when there is an opening. Just like that. That brings the score to 2-1 and ends the bout with a very lovely hit. In fact, it's so quick I can barely see it. I think it's just on the backside as he turns. There we go, yeah. So a little bit of a whip to the bottom. So we now have 2 more players coming in. So this is Reese versus Dave. I believe Reese is in orange and Dave is in the tan. So let's see what forms they're going to use. So the tan tunic means that they've passed their Form 1, they're in Initiato, I believe. So they've been playing for at least a year. The orange is an academic, I believe. So they've been playing for at least 2, maybe 3 years to pass further exams. We have a white card coming out and a yellow card. So I believe this is for false declarations or not declaring. So that a point has been given to Reese, I believe, in the orange. So it's the player's responsibility to declare when they are struck. That's going to be an O or an E. So as I say, an E is a non-lethal hit. So if you're struck above the elbow, or so below the elbow or below the knee, then you have to remove your blade for a moment, giving your opponent a chance to strike. If you're struck towards the torso, that is a point-scoring hit. And there is the hit. That brings the score to 2-1. You can see here we have the we have the E, so an E on the hand, and then the R coming in to strike on the shoulder. Perfectly demonstrated there, showing how to score a point.
Dan versus Esme, followed by Tom versus Reese.
I'm totally. I believe in black we have Dan, and in the tan we have Esme. Do let me know if I'm getting these names entirely wrong. Now we have a bit of a reverse grip, a bit of a controversial way of holding your saber. See if it pays off. We have a strike. That is the first point going to Dan. Nice simple 1-2 towards the leg. Again, both players mixing their forms a little bit. Esme coming in Form 3 before going into Form 2, but finishing it with the Form 3 hit. So Form 3, a lot of nice staple movements, but very quick and flowing.
Stop.
A lovely attempt to spin away out of it or rotate out of reach of Esme, but Esme in Form 2 just extends and take that point, bring the score to 2-1 in favour of Esme. So in LudoSport, you're not allowed to do a straightforward stab, but what you can do is you can do an off-centre lunge or reach, which is how Esme was able to get that strike on the back of Dan as he rotated.
Saluton.
So this is the second half of Pool A.
Stop.
Players sizing each other up. Lovely little strike to get the E before extending into the op. We're back up. Both players, well, originally utilising Form 2 to keep out of range of each other, but now I believe going into a faster Form 1, so that would be Form 3. Ooh, very close to a strike towards the head. That would have been a lovely montante, I believe.
Yeah, both at the same time.
Okay, thank you. So,
That's a doppio, so that's nil on that point. I'm terribly sorry to Fabrira. I don't speak whatever language you've tried to comment on, so I can't answer what you're trying to ask there. Just a moment to tie the shoes. So there are only 2 or 3 bits of safety gear that are essential in LudoSports, and that is the gloves. So we need to make sure that the gloves are there just to protect your hands. If you have external genitalia, getting the cup is a bit essential. And if you choose, you can wear a chest guard. You are also able to wear eye and face protection if you choose.
stop.
Lovely bag. So we're having a little bit of a time out from the refs as they're going to have to discuss what happened here. So it looks possibly like it's going to be a doppio with both players getting a strike at the same time. But now the point has been given, which means that the end of this map is 1 all. Very fast play. It's nice to see. I do like a good bit of fast LudoSport. Remember, you can score both on the war, which is getting a point on another player, or on style. So style points are, in my opinion, one of the most fun things of the game, where you're able to get points for performing movements. Perform them correctly, you get additional points. If you incorrectly or dangerously, danger a lot of the time. We have our first stack. So in LudoSport, you are able to use one of 3 weapons once you've been taught them. Single-bladed long saber, and you also have the very cool saber staff with 2 blades on the end. Or if you want to get really frisky, you can go for the double daggers, which are 2 shorter blades that you're able to use independently. This looks like it's going to be a point, very potentially though, a bit of a warning for swipes towards the face. We are seeing a yellow card coming out here. Oh, it's a white card, which is just an advisory. A white card is like a little bit of a hint to say, just watch out for this. Make sure that you're playing safe. So that's just a little warning for strikes towards the face. But it does leave the score at 2-0. Both players getting an E hit on each other. So an E hit just means that you have to remove the blade. That does look like we're going to have another strike. How did this go? So that is a hit. That brings the score to 2-1. I believe this is just going to be a nice simple strike to the chest as we get a rotation. Just seeing the opportunity in taking the strike. We have two new players coming into it. So again, the player who is in black is going to be an initiato. So that is someone who has played for less than a year. They might have passed their style exam for Form 1, so I believe going into that, or your instructor can also give you permission to join the tournament before you've passed your style exams if they feel you are going to play safe. First strike, bring into 1-0. In the red, he's going to be a cavaliere, so again, having passed at least, I think it's at least Form 1 and Form 2, and then having to do Form Y. Attempting to go in for, I've completely forgotten the name of it, but he was going to do a move where he blocks his opponent's blade by grabbing the hilt of his opponent and then swiping across the torso. A presse, that's the word. So that's called a presse, and that would have scored him a lot of style points if he was able to pull it off, but not quite managing to get it. Going in just to help get the saber of his opponent out of the way there. So the trousers that we wear for LudoSport, they're very, very comfy. However, for some reason, there is a little tag at the bottom of them. I've never understood why, but they sometimes come undone. The score is currently 1-1. So the player in red at the moment, it does look like he... Oh no, he's going to go straight for the strike. I thought he was going to take a moment to try and get a couple of style points on his opponent. So going in straight for the strike. Nice bit of sportsmanship. Ending the game, ending the bout nice and quickly. Ooh.
Dan versus Tom.
Okay, so we now have Dan versus Tom. So I think Dan is in the black and Tom is in the grey, browny tunic. There they go. So a lovely bit of fast play. The strike was quite close to being high, but I think it was controlled enough that the refs have allowed the point to stand.
Continuare.
Both players getting a hit at the same time.
Y suo, continuare.
Refs have called that the R was before the E. Lovely rotation. I believe that's going to be that point given.
2-0. Guardia.
That's 2-0.
Stop.
This is going to come down to a ref call, I think.
3-0.
Both players pressing into it. It looks like the point has been given, which brings the score to 3-0 in favour of the player in black.
Reese versus James followed by Esme versus Craig.
So Reese versus James. I believe Reese is in orange, James is in black.
Guardia. Via.
And there they go in.
Stop.
So straight in, trying to push James towards the back of the arena.
Via.
Getting that point nice and quick. Not entirely sure the attempt. I think potentially trying to do a press on James. Yeah, it looks like attempted press. So that's grabbing the blade to move out of the way. But James currently 2 for 2 on defending from those. But not quite making it that tight, which brings the score to 2-1 in favour of Bruce. versus Greg. They've swapped what side they're saying the names on. Okay, so Esme on the right of the screen, Dan on the left. Ooh, and that's going to be stepping out of the arena, I'm afraid, for Esme, which does bring the score to 1-0. So you can press your opponents out of the arena.
Stop.
Second strike on the leg.
Oh.
Lovely fast play, manipulating the edge of the saber. Score 2-0. Ooh, lovely strike on the hilt. That brings the score to 2-1. So at this point, Esme makes a strike, but was blocked by the hilt of her opponent. So the strike should have come in to the shoulder, but the hilt was there in the way. So in theory, she's cut through the hilt and hit her opponent. That gets her the point. We now have James versus Dan. So James on the right of your screen, Dan on the left.
Saluto.
Saluto.
Via. Stop.
Very quickly ending that bout.
0-1. Guardia.
Score 1-0.
Via.
Let's go after this. So I believe James is only able to use form 1. That'll be what they're going to keep training in.
Stop.
However, they are holding their own against a lot of more advanced players.
Via.
The score is 1-0.
Continuare.
Unfortunately, if the moment comes, if there's a bit of confusion, being able just to jump in to get that point is all part of the game, bringing the score to 2-0. I think James had a bit of confusion if there was an E hit on them or not, and in that moment, the ending strike just comes in, I'm afraid. Right, let's have a look what's happening now. I believe we've got...
Final match for Pool A, Tom versus Esme.
So we have Tom versus Esme. This is going to be the final match of Group A. Esme on the left of your screen, Tom on the right.
Saluto.
Saluto, it's always nice and polite.
Via.
So Tom's taking up a bit of form 2, with Esme going in for, I believe, form 3.
Stop.
But Tom being able to get in there nice and quickly to get his strikes to Esme's side.
Via.
Bring the score to 1-0.
Stop.
And I believe that's going to be 2-0.
Guardia. Via.
Just a strike to the torso. Nice and quick. Both players now going in for form 2, so that's a one-handed style of play and attack. A bit more like fencing.
Stop.
Lovely double hit there. So we've got an E to the hand of Tom, and then followed straight into the hit. That brings the score to 2-1, and ends Pool A. Fantastic. So we're going to be gearing up to be getting into Pool B in just a moment. Until then, I'm going to put some music on so you don't have to listen to my voice for so long. We'll be back ASAP. Hello, and we're back. We're going to be going into Pool B of the Midlands Regional LudoSport Tournament. Starting off.
Saludos. Guardian. Via.
There we go. So a little bit tentative at the moment.
Stop.
Ooh, potentially a doppio, so that's when two players hit at the same time. No, the point has been given. That brings the score to 1-0. So the player in black is using form 1. I believe that's going to be the only form that they're currently able to use. Lovely crossover work. Ooh.
Stop.
I totally missed that then. What happened? Let's have a look.
Uno pari. Guardian.
So nicely hit on the side. That brings the score to 1-1. Ooh, sizing each other. A little bit of a lunge. Now you've got to be careful with form 1. Form 1, you do have to keep both your hands on the blade unless you're doing what's called a revatio.
Stop.
But we potentially have a little bit of an issue of so the referees are currently just giving a little bit of a warning to the player in black. When you are doing form 1, which is the very first form that you learn in LudoSport, you do have to keep both hands on the saber. We were getting a couple of times where hands were getting left off of that.
Battle of the sofa, Tom versus Sharp. Anna versus Tom.
So, what's going on here now? We have two players, both in tan, which means that they are initiato, so they have passed their form 1. And they have, well, this promotion is earned by members who have shown exemplary dedication to the sport, often happening in the second year.
Oh, stop.
Lovely strike straight into the body.
1-0. Guardian.
So I believe that was a revatio. I could be wrong, but that is one of the lowest strikes. Very quick strikes we're getting here.
2-0. Guardian. Via.
Accurate and ending the bounce very quickly. Very good way to build up points in war, but it won't get you a lot of style points.
Continuare.
So in LudoSports, there are the two ways to win, remember? One is getting the point, which is getting a hit towards the torso, or one is getting style points, that's performing movesets correctly.
Stop.
A little bit of double tap there, just to get that point. Bring the score to 2-1. Lovely bit of work. I believe that is a very classic form 2 from the player in tan. There we go, getting that first hit on the hands and then just following up, making sure that she can't get away as he's going for those strikes. We now have two new players coming back in. Their names haven't been announced yet, so I'm going to guess at what they could be. So we have Anna versus Tom. So Anna is on the left, Tom is on the right. No, Anna is on the right, Tom is on the left. We're going to play some musical chairs. How are we going?
Saludo.
Nice polite salute. Guardia and via. I think via means go in Italian, but I could be wrong. Tom going straight in for the kill, getting the first point. Right, you can't really see anything on that replay there, terribly sorry. So there is another point. I might be wrong here, but both do seem to be using form 2, so that is a one-handed form. So I might be wrong about the player in black being initiato and not able to use form 2. So that is the third point, bringing the score to 3 now. So I could be wrong there. Normally players are indicating their rank depending on what colours they're wearing. If you're wearing black, it normally means that you are a initiato, so that is the very beginning of LudoSport. Oh, sorry, a novicio, sorry, not initiato. which normally would mean that you can only use form 1 tactics. So we have Sam Grafton versus... Ooh, is that Alex? I didn't want to talk then because I wanted you to experience the beauty of the clacking and the squeaking of the floor. Sam getting the first hit. Now, I could be wrong here, I'm not very experienced with this one, but I believe this is form 4, so that is bringing a lot more rotations and quick play movements into it. Lovely, lovely hit. Let's see how this goes. I believe Sam getting the second point there. Back up we go. No, I think that's another point to Sam, but I'm not quite sure how he managed it. So just a very, after going from form 3 and form 4, just a very quick tap in a, is that a form 2 style that he went for? Yep, just a form 2, little lunge to the shoulder, bring that score to 3-0. Fantastic work.
Skippy versus Ian.
We now have Skippy versus Ian. So Skippy's going to be on the right of the screen, Ian on the left. This is going to be very interesting, honestly, because this is the first time we're seeing double daggers. So Skippy is using 2 shorter blades against Ian's longer single blade. Both of them getting an E. That's one of the problems with the double sabers. You might think with the reach advantage it's very easy to get that hit, but with double blades it's very easy for them to defend themselves by getting very quick E hits. So that's a hit below the elbow or below the knee, which means that you have to remove your guard or stop your attack. That's the first point to Ian though. Oh, lovely roll. Let's have a look. How did this plan out for them? So Skippy attempting to move Ian's blade, but taking a hit to the hand as they do it, which means that their point was invalid. The score is currently 2-0. Both players calling an E. The ref has stopped it, as they've spotted. They have spotted a hit from Skippy. So I believe that might just be a slight misdeclaration from Ian. Oh, I think 2 hits hit Ian at the same time, which is very easy to miss one and declare the E rather than the O. I'm terribly sorry, I missed the names of these players. I think one of them was Charlotte. Saluto. Nice and polite. And we've exited the ring. That's going to be a point given. So you can press your opponent out. Beautiful stance on the guard there. Have a wonderful hit, just taking that opportunity where they saw their opponent wasn't guarding themselves and taking a very quick strike, bring the score to 1-0. Straight in with an auto. Bring the score to 2-1. And one of the quickest bouts that we've seen today. Not the quickest moves, but very, very accurate, snipey shots, stopping that in its play.
Ian versus Dill.
So we have Ian versus...
First day. Ian versus Dill, followed by Sam versus Skippy.
So Ian versus Dio. We had a bit of a voice break from one of our... Strong hit, and then followed back in to get that shot on the side. So I believe this is going to be form 4 from Ian, the red player. This is a form where, is it form 4 or form 5? Basically, it's a form where you're very much aiming for the blade to remove it with a hard strike before coming in with a more controlled strike at your opponent. Score is 1-1. So, lovely hit. So we did have an R just before the E, which does mean that we are going to see the points coming in. That brings 2-0 to E. Now, one of the things that I found when I post out videos about LudoSports is people do worry about how hard you're hitting one another and such without wearing a lot of protection. As I say, you are able to wear protection if you choose to. Most people wear a cup, some people wear face protection, some people will wear chest protection. Four and 5, where you aim at the blade to smite it hard and get out of the way, does convince people that you're hitting people with that much force. You know, this is going to be really fun now. We have a staff versus double daggers. Sam versus Skippy. Both of them getting an E hit on each other, meaning that they have to recruit. Again, E. Stop. Ooh, and we've got a stoppage. Let's see how this pans out. That's going to be first point to Sam. Wonderful. I think that's a second point to Sam. Both of these competitors, top players in the UK for their chosen specialised weapons. Stop. So that was a uno, so no point. So they are going to play the point again. So, just to clarify, that's an ulo, so that means that the point will be played again. So there's a difference between an ulo and a doppio. So a doppio means both players get the hit, so no one gets the point. An ulo, let's see if I can replay that. Oh, I just missed it. The score comes to 3-0 in favour of Sam. I mean, that's right. So as I was saying, there's a difference between an ulo and a doppio. So doppio is both players make a strike at the same time, so no one gets the point. And ulo is that there's been some form of technical issue and the point is going to be replayed. So in the pool plays, 3 points are played. You can get up to 3 points or no points or however that goes. There they go. Very quick. So. Score is 1-0. Beautiful, very quick ER hit, a nice standard of LudoSports. So remember, if you're hit on the E hit, you have to remove your blade from your guard for a moment, allowing your opponent a chance to get a strike. And nice and quick. That brings the score 2-0. I always like that. That's a very standard lightsaber style, I think. Nice hit towards the hands, followed up by striking towards the torso. We have Sam back with his saber staff. Lovely orange hilt. I believe that's a Lamicia Delucci saber. And that turned from an E to an off very quickly. Bringing first point to Sam.
misura first. Oh! 0-1. One via. Via!
And then I go. Now, one of the things with the saber staff that you have to remember is that second blade. As you're moving it around your body, it not only helps protect you, it also gives you the chance of hitting yourself with the blade. So you've got to be very careful to remember where the other end is. So the player in tan is using form 2 at the moment. Very wise, I think, with Sam using saber staff. He has got the second point, which brings the score to 2-0. Despite having a shorter blade on each end of the saber staff, being able to position your hand at the end of the hilt does mean that you get a very long reach. So being able to try and match that reach with a form 2 stance is a very wise. So we are now going into a very quick 5-minute break as the staff or the referees turn over and we get ready to go into the next section of Pool B. This is the first time on this stream or any other stream that you get to see my lovely face because I've finally got the cameras working. So when we do have other commentators, you'll be able to see them nice and easily. So we are going to be having a quick 5-minute break and we will be back ASAP with the next bit of Pool B as they swap over. Hello, and we're back. We're about to go into the second portion of Group B. And here we go. We have, I think, Ian. And I'm not entirely sure. Wonderful strike. Straight in with an which brings the score to 0-1. Is that an overhead strike? There were 2 strikes made there. The ref was going to call it a doppio. The ref has called it a doppio. However, the player in black was willing to say that they thought that they were struck second. I believe it was called a doppio because both players were in a motion that wasn't going to be able to be stopped regardless.
Stop.
Lovely little poke just to the tummy. So again, in LudoSport, you're not able to do a centre of mass thrust.
This is what he does.
But what you can do is you can do an off-centre lunge to give you that extra reach. So that's a Form 2 technique, I believe. So again, the sport is based on forms which give you movements that you're able to use within a bout. We have Sam versus Tom, I believe. Sam on the right hand of your screen, Tom on the left. So Sam using their double sabers. Also their saber stack. E coming in. So remember, an E hit is a hit towards the hands or below the knee. If you're struck there, you do have to remove your guard for a moment, allowing your opponent an opportunity to strike. We have Ulo, so that means neither player gets a point, but we are going to replay it. And there is an E on. And a lot of calls being made there. Let's see if any points were given. Yep, so Sam getting the first point. Oh, I love that spin behind his head. Now, remember, we do have 2 ways of winning. We have the war and we have style. And I think when we're seeing Sam doing all these spins and rotations at the moment, we are likely seeing a player who's going to be hitting or scoring very high on the style points at the end of the day. That brings a score 2-0. This is the first point for Tom. Brilliant, that ends the bout at 2-1 in favour of Sam. Lovely, just being able to get underneath Sam's guard to strike towards the centre of the torso.
Skippy versus Dio, followed by Sean versus Sam.
So we now have Skippy versus Dio. Skippy with his double daggers. So his blades are slightly shorter than the standard long saber. However, he does have 2 of them. So I think we have a little bit of an issue with Skippy's blades. So yeah, we've got a bit of a malfunction with the blades coming in at the moment. So Skippy's just going to have to change the lightsabers that they're using. But as I say, so they've got 2 daggers, which gives them the advantage because they are able to parry while also attacking. However, they do lack the reach, so they do have to open themselves up when they are going in for an attack. So Dio using Form 2, I believe, to try and keep Skippy as far away from him as possible. And that seems to have done the job with Skippy going to the ground to try and get the hit. But Dio being able to use their reach to defend themselves and keep themselves in the game. Now, I've been told by a few players that one of the key things with daggers is to make sure that you're continuously moving them so that your opponent can't simply get their blade on top of yours to keep you in motion. I don't know what I'm saying then. You want to keep on moving the blade so that your opponent doesn't know where the strike's coming in from. Beautiful, beautiful. I mean, Skippy, as always, amazing work there, but from Dio to be able to avoid some of those strikes, it's absolutely stunning until the end there. Skippy just not letting up on advancing towards Dio. Now, I was saying earlier that Sam, who's just coming back into the ring with the saber staff, that I was thinking that they're going to be one of the highest places for style, but I think Skippy also has a very good shot of placing on the podium, if not in first place for style. So style, of course, being measured on your use and variation of movements from the different forms that you've learned. Now, I think one thing that Sam has here is, with the saber staff and also just his natural size, he does have a lot of intimidation on his opponents. And you can see that he's moving right to the edge of the arena, concentrating more on defense as opposed to attacking back with Sam. That's going to be point 1 going to Sam. Ooh, lovely strike to the back. Bring the score to 1-1. Ooh, and I'm still on replay. Let's get rid of that.
Stop.
That's 2-1 to Sam. It looks like we're just having a bit of an advisory card coming in from the refs at the moment. So I'm not 100% sure what the advisory from Dan Salmons was there, but I can tell you from experience, he was probably very correct. So we're going to be getting the next couple of players in. I'm not quite sure what the delay is at the moment, but it's just going to be a moment. We do have players ready. They got their sabers going. I think Dan is just making a note. So we have Skippy. I think the player in tan is called Tom. I'm terribly sorry if I've got the name wrong. There we go. Skippy again with his double daggers. Let's have a look at how this panned out. So that's 1-0 to Tom. Replay that, hopefully. Yep, there we go. So, a flurry of attacks from Skippy, bringing the score to 1-1. Striking towards the chest, and beautiful fast work from Tom to get that second point in. So very, I would say nice and simple. Form 2 from Tom. Very much continuing his attacks, pushing until Skippy had no more space to back up. With shorter blades, Skippy was really hoping to keep his opponent out of reach there. I think so. This is Hannah in black versus Ian, I believe, in red. Terribly sorry again if I've got the names wrong. Lovely stance from Ian.
Stop.
That was textbook there from Ian. I believe former 5, a bit more acrobatic, changing his height, going for a strike to the right, followed by a spin strike to the left.
Stop.
And that's 2-0 to Ian, I believe. Ian using a little bit of Form 4 heavy hitting towards the blade. Maybe a bit of intimidation to try and put his opponent off a bit, but also to build up his own style points.
Stop.
Lovely strike towards the head before getting in the body.
Oh. 0-3. Vince.
Brings the score to 3-0 in favour of Ian. So I'm not sure if the strike was actually made on the head or towards the arm. So it was on the arm. So he baited the hit before moving backwards to make a strike on the right arm. Right, so Skippy again with their sabers, able to turn them on this time. I think is that Anna? Very nice smack towards Skippy's side, but receiving an E on the hand. And the point continues. Point continues again with another E.
Stop.
That was on me. Let's go. Too savvy.
So we have an admission from the player saying that they were too stabby, so they lunge more on point body, so they're getting a white card. So that's a warning for dangerous play. So essentially they stabbed towards their opponent. You can't stab in LudoSport, or you can't do an on-body stab. You can do an off-center lumber. Skippy just making sure that their opponent knows that they didn't hurt them with the stab, just making sure that they know that everything's alright. One of the nice things about this sport, it's all very sportsmanly. I just love that movement. Like, you cannot watch people lightsaber fight and not think that that movement is quite fun. So LudoSport, very much a stylistic based sport. Skippy trying to keep the blades moving so that the opponent can't get a good opportunity to get in. But let's see who got the point here. This is going to be a point going to Skippy. That's 1-0. Now they've only got 90 seconds on the clock for their entire bout, so we might be getting close to the end of that limit. There's an E, which is for Skippy to back off. E, Skippy dancing on the edge of the arena. Beautiful way of just keeping in. Let's see here. Skippy is called for the off. Let's see how the refs are.
I got caught just having and saying that was late declarations. Okay. Yep.
So that is a point to Skippy. So we had a misdeclaration there. So it is the player's job to make sure that they are calling out when they are hit. Very quick play after the lengthy bouts that we've seen earlier, but that leaves the score at 2-1 in favour of Skippy. So we now have Sam versus Hannah. So Sam is on the right of your screen, Hannah is on the left. Coming back in with the saber staff.
Saluton. Via.
So just extending the staff there to see how much reach he has.
Stop.
Oh, very sneaky little hit from Sam there on Hannah. Where did that hit come in? Just to the left. That was almost silent as that happened. Spin, spin, spin. So one thing that we see in LudoSport, as I say, it's a very, it's got good sportsmanship within the sport. Where what you'll see is players who have more experience, especially in the duel phase, they will change the tempo of their attacks just to match their opponent, just so that people are able to play at the level and style that they need and deserve. That brings 2-0 to Sam. Oh, and here he goes. So Sam now After I've said that, it started going a bit faster. But again, the strike that comes in, very much a power evolved one. That's 3 to Sam, ending that bout.
Neil versus Tom, followed by Hannah versus Skippy.
So, this is Dio versus Tom. Tom on your left, Dio on your right. Ooh, Dio, sorry, Tom coming in with daggers. So, looks like Tom is very much favouring his right hand. He did receive an E there from his own blade. And both players getting a strike at the same time. I believe this may be a doppio, which will be no point. Oh no, we have got a point going to Tom. So Tom thought he received an E, but it was actually an O. Let's have a look. Where is it? Straight onto the shoulder? Straight onto the shoulder. There it goes. That brings the score to 1-1.
Stop!
I'm not quite sure who made the hit there.
Oh, see.
So it looks like Dio made the hit, which brings the score to 2-1 in favour of Dio. Let's see, can we see it here? Yep, just a little hit to the upper thigh there. So I believe that was that a revatio? So a revatio would be a Form 1 movement. Dio using Form 2 for the majority of that, I believe. But that is just a backhanded shot towards the upper thigh. So we've now got Skippy versus Hannah. Another bout of dual wielding daggers. So one thing I would note, a bit of difference from what we saw with Tom in the round before, is Skippy very much moves both his hands equally as much. He doesn't seem to favour one. I believe he is right-handed, but he is moving both of them like a madman. So that's 1 point to Skippy. So I believe that point goes to Skippy because there was an E made, but the blade wasn't moved out of the way. So Skippy did receive an R hit, but the blade wasn't in play at the time. That's 2-0 to Skippy. Almost every move he makes, you think it could be like a still, a freeze frame photo for Skippy. That's 3-0, and I believe with the end strike coming from a roll, that's going to be quite nice high scoring for Skippy's style points, so he's going to be happy with that. So we have Sean versus Dio. Sean on the right, Dio on the left. Lovely little salute. Both going for Form 2. And Sean very good with these very quick shots into openings. Very simply spotting that there was a little gap and she went for it. We're getting a lot of hand sniping. And going into Form 1 to quickly move in on the attack. Bring the score to 2-0. So getting a two-handed grip on the saber and then just hitting straight on the shoulder. Both players mirroring the forms that the others are taking. So they've both gone into Form 1 now, after both being in Form 2.
Stop!
And a lovely strike to the top of the head. Bring the score to 3-0. What is that called? The strike to the top of the head. Montante? Is it revision? Levante, I believe. So I believe that's up. So Levante, strike to the top of the head. Don't come at me if I'm wrong. The sport is in Italian and I do not speak Italian. So we'll find out later when someone tells me off. So I believe that's the end of Pool Play B. So we're going to be going into, surprise, surprise, Pool C in a moment. There's going to be a brief break as we do that. We're going to come back as soon as we can. So in about between 5 and 10 minutes, I think probably 5 minutes, people are already getting ready on the arena.
Yes,
We're going to come back to you ASAP. Hello and welcome back to the Midlands regional tournament of LudoSport, which is basically lightsaber fencing. So you're going to see people hitting each other with big old glow sticks. What's not to love about that? We're about to go into Pool C. The players are getting ready and, oh, my hair's a mess there. But we're going to be getting right back into it momentarily. Also, big shout out to the players in Murcia in Spain, who are also having a tournament today, which is the Relic of the Dragon tournament. Fantastic. So, first competitors coming in for the second half of Group C. I'm terribly sorry. The first competitors coming in for Group C. This is the first part of Group C. So I believe this is Alex. So a little bit of confusion about what side they should stand on the pitch. I do like how thought through it is on who's going to be stood where. Both competitors here wearing, well, I believe one's in black, one's in tan, but they're both using Form 1 at the moment, which is a very stable, stance-driven form. So it's the first form that you will learn when you start playing LudoSport. Form 1, utilising 8 basic. Point 1. So if you're joining us for the first time, just a quick reminder, in LudoSports there are 2 ways to place. You can win by a wall, hits on your opponent. If you get a hit below the elbow or below the knee, that is an E hit. An E hit is a non-lethal hit. That just means that you have to remove your guard for a moment, allowing your opponent to have an opportunity to strike. That was a doppio, by the way, so both players made a hit, no points were given. And if you make a hit towards the torso, that's an off, and that is a point scoring hit. The other way you can win a LudoSports tournament is through style. So style points are rewarded for correctly performing moves from the forms that you are able to do. So each form has set movements, and you learn these forms throughout your time at LudoSports. Once you've done a quick exam in them, you're able to use them in the tournaments. That ended 1-0. So Alex versus Terry. Just a reminder, in the pool play, you get 3 rounds in a bout, regardless of how many points are scored. We have one player coming in using double daggers, so they are shorter blades, but he does have 2 of them. And it's very close to stepping out. If you step out of the ring, that will be a point to your opponent. But managing just to stay in. Score is 1-0. So with the E, he is backing off his opponent. Beautiful strike just to the tummy. Bring the score to 2-0, I believe. There you go, straight in, nice and simple. So I believe the player on the left is mixing Form 1 and Form 2 together to create a little bit of their own style, allowing them to get these hits. Ooh, lovely little shot to the back. But it looks like the double blades got there first, bringing the score to 2-1. So I think potentially, is this a... I think potentially there was an E hit that the ref saw that we didn't, which nullified.
Followed by Cookie versus George.
So we have Alex versus someone that I didn't quite hear the name of. I'm terribly sorry. So pretend I told you what the name was, and we'll all be all right. So again, coming in with daggers. Now, as we saw earlier in Pool B, keeping the blades of the daggers moving can be quite efficacious. Ooh, lovely strike to the lower leg. A bit of a A risky move, ducking his head towards the player to get in close enough to make that strike, but it paid off for him, bringing the score to 1-0. So, especially against someone who's using Form 1, like the player in black is, you don't really want to lower your head because these strikes are coming in fast from the side. And also, nothing against Form 1 practitioners, that's the only form I can do. We're not known for being as accurate as the later form practitioners, so keeping your head nice and safe is a bit of a priority. That's 1-1. And we have a second strike coming in, I believe nice and simple across the torso. So the referees have actually spotted that there was a strike to the player in black first, which means that their point didn't count, meaning that the tan player with 2 daggers wins that with 2-1. So here comes Cookie with her pink saber staff. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Are we going to get a fancy flip? Wait for the salute.
Saluto.
Saluto. Almost worked. So the lightsabers that are being used, I believe both players are using Lamicia Delucci sabers. They are motion activated, so you give them a twist and then you throw them. Quite often with the saber staff players, you can do a bit of a trick where you flip it up so it turns for you and then turn it on. However, only one of the blades came on for Cookie that time. And there we go. Let's get the score right.
Stop.
Beautiful work. Again, Cookie being one of the players that I'd say is probably in the running for placing very highly on style points this tournament.
Thank you. Uno pari.
So I believe Cookie made a strike on himself. The energy behind the rotations, I always absolutely love. Like it is the quintessential lightsaber fighting. I mean, if you grew up like me watching The Phantom Menace, watching anyone with a saber staff who's willing to really spin and put the energy behind it, what's not to love? Plus just the style of the pink blades. I think they're the first pink blades I've seen in tournament play so far.
Followed by Terry versus Alex S.
Thank you. We're back, sorry.
Saluto. Guardians. Via.
And Cookie's back in against.
Stop.
That happened far too fast for me to recognise what was going on. A little bit of a spin behind the back. I believe that is first point to Cookie.
Stop.
Good lord. They just keep going.
0-2.
Second point to Cookie.
Via. Stop.
Now, one of the problems that a lot of people have with the saber staff is if you've got one blade pointing at you, you know where the other blade is. And so you can plan for that, or if you strike the blade that's pointing at you hard enough, you can get them to hit themselves in the back. However, a player like Cookie, who is continuously moving that blade about, it becomes very difficult to keep track of where the second one is. And I know it can sound very simple when you're thinking about it like that. But it's very, very easy to lose track of where the second blade is when the first one is moving around your face as fast as she does. Very quick surgical strike to the center. There we go. A nice E on the hands followed by the R to the midsection. Just keeping himself in.
There's a
Stop.
there's an E on there.
That's it.
Yeah.
So a little bit of confusion. The refs
Nulo.
calling it nulo.
No zero.
But
Guardian.
this is a regional tournament just for I think it's the Birmingham and Coventry school. So refs are very much willing to talk to players and just explain what's going on and make sure that everyone's
2-0. Guardian.
in the right.
Via.
Oh, sorry.
Stop.
So again, we are getting a yellow card for just a little bit of control, so dangerous play, a little bit of control. It was just a very slight return on the blade, but everyone is nice and safe and healthy. That's what you want to see. The score ended at 3-0. So in LudoSport,
Followed by George versus Tom.
so here they come back in. So in LudoSport, the head is a valid target. You will see some players do decide to wear face protection if they choose to. Here we go, Cookie's going to try their trick again. There they go, it worked this time.
Guardian. Via. Stop.
Just very quick tap to the shoulder,
1-0. Guardian.
ending their bout, bringing the score to 1-0.
Stop.
And again, very precise.
2-0. Guardian. Via.
Lovely rotation behind the back. I believe that is a...
Y subo, continuare.
Love the movement. As I say, what's not to love about a saber staff being swung about like that? That's 3-0 to Cookie. Again, you can just see the follow through of motion that she's got there. Absolutely lovely work. I'm sure that's going to score quite highly on the style.
George versus Tom.
So again, if you're joining us for the first time, there are two ways to win a LudoSport tournament. You can win via style or war. War is getting a point on your opponent by striking them. Style is being judged by the judge, who is going to grade you on how you perform the moves from the different forms.
Via.
Moves as a set amount of moves that you can perform. And if you perform them well, or if you perform at the right moment, using them correctly in combat, you will score higher on if you wear a nice hat, it doesn't add to your style points though. Just going to move the cameras because the ref was in the way. Let's have a look here.
0-2.
It's 2-0.
Via.
No in it.
Stop.
Ooh, let's see that. I think both players are using form 1 a bit.
0-2. Vince. Saluto.
That brings the score. That was a doppio, I believe, which brings the score to 2-0, ending that bout.
Alex D versus Cookie.
So we now have Steve versus Cookie, skipping back in. Now, odds on, will Cookie be able to do her trick? We have Steve using the double daggers, currently not turned on, but he's going to see if he can flip them like Cookie does. Not quite.
Saluto. Guardia. Via.
Both getting an E strike on. Now, one thing that you might notice, both the blades of the daggers and the saber staff are shorter than you'll find on the standard lightsaber. However, The saber staff does have a very long handle, which does mean that the reach they have can be a bit unexpected and phenomenal. Very quick strike by Cookie, bringing the score to 1-0. Ooh. Is this going to be a boundary? That's 2-0 to Cookie. Opponent out there, unfortunately, using daggers against saber staff, as I was saying, because it's very quickly if you get an E-strike on you, which means that you can very easily forget your footing and get if you're being pressured like that. So I believe the player in black is using form 1. Also matching them on form 1. Lovely, quick. From getting a strike on the hands. I believe almost by mistake to going straight into a strike on the... Oh. Right, so we have a form 4 practitioner here, a bit of a roll. That's going to get them some points if they're able to do that without being struck. However, that's going to lose them a point in rule, as our player in black getting that quick strike. The player in black doing really well to keep their guard quite low, which is stopping the more what's it called? Jumpy, spinny, movie abouty player from getting in close in the style that they want to do, which very, very smart play from a player who's only using form 1. It brings the score to 3-0 in their favour. And is that the final bout of, I believe that was the final bout of Pool C. So we are going to have a quick break. Terribly sorry, I thought that, that there was a couple more bouts there for Form C, for Pool C. So we're going to be coming back very shortly with Pool A, B, C, D. That's the right one. So we'll come back for Pool D very shortly. Until then, there's going to be about a 5-minute break. But stay with us. If you've got any questions, ask them in the comments. We'll see if we can answer them for you. But until then, enjoy a little bit of music. Thankfully, I've got Man on here who's actually paying attention. We're still in Pool C. That's just the halfway point of Pool C. So we'll be coming back with the second half of Pool C very shortly. And we're coming back into the second half of Pool C. So we are going to have Cookie versus Terry. I think it was Terry. Let's get set back up. So again, we are seeing the double-bladed staff versus single saber. However, I don't know if you can see Terry's hilt. He's got one of the Spanish hilts, which have a beautiful kind of beak to them, and they're my personal favourite. The pommel of the blade, absolutely lovely. And that looks like we've gone straight in for another quick off from Cookie. In the score 1-0. Simple shot to the shoulder. And we've got potentially a W. We're having a chat from the ref. So I believe Cookie got an O, but at the same time Terry got an E, so it might be called. So it's been called in Terry's favour, which means that the score is currently 1-1. 1-1. Now we're seeing a bit faster play coming in there. I think the moment that you get a point scored against Cookie, she will come in with a lot of ferocity. Oh, we do have Dan Simmons coming up with a card, though. So, Dan Simmons, who is the style referee for the judge at the moment, is coming in to give a bit of advice to Cookie about her declarations. So, what Dan was saying there is essentially when you're hit by an E, so that's a non-lethal hit, so that's to the hilt or the hand or the lower leg, you have to remove your blade from in front of you, so your opponent has a moment where they can actually get in and try and score a point on you. Cookie was moving her blade, but not potentially far enough, so she has potentially lost some points in style there. That might hurt her on the style track of the tournament. It's very easy to lose points on style, but once you've lost them, it's quite difficult to get them back. So we've got double daggers coming in. No, I'm not doing that. Versus long saber. Double daggers versus long saber. So the daggers, they are a shorter blade, but you do have two of them, so 2 against 1. You have your big old one or your 2 little ones. A little bit of dancing around each other. Neither of them really wanting to engage. So he shot, pushing him back. Oh, we might have a doppio here. Do both players make a hit at the same time? It has been called doppio. That means both players have made a point scoring strike, so neither of them get the point. Now, the big advantage of having daggers is moving them independently. When you're holding them still and rigid, sometimes it can allow your opponents, especially if they have a long saber, to get those snipey shots on your arms if you leave anything uncovered. The score is currently 1-0 though, to the player in town. Potentially looking to try and force his opponent out, but being able to keep his footing. Getting an E followed by the O, and that brings the score to 1-1. So as we get towards the edge of the arena, he's able just to clip the hilt of his opponent. Here goes, clip the hilt, and then straight into the inner thigh to get a good cut. So again, LudoSport, it is a game, it's not a martial art, so you don't see players. The aim of the game isn't to throw a cut that realistically would cut through a player. The aim of the game is to make that touch on your opponent. Both players here going in for a Form 1. The player in tan going Form 1 quite quickly though. Lovely ratio. So as Form 1 play goes, for the player in tan, that might be quite a good style scoring bout for them. You get to correctly link motions, so they did a lot of. They're doing a lot of very well thought through changes of their. So 1 moment. Let me get my brain back in gear. They're linking a lot of movements that are performed very well from the Form 1 set plays, which is likely going to do them very well in their start points. That's what I'm trying to do. The score ends at 2-1, and I'm going to give my brain a moment to try and figure out what I'm trying to say.
George, followed by Alex D versus Tom.
So I'm afraid I didn't quite hear the names of the players coming into this, but in about 90 seconds that won't matter anymore. And via. Again, I believe via means go in Italian. And we have a boundary, pushing him right off. There we go. You do have to mind your feet. People spend a lot of time worrying about their upper half that they do forget about their feet. That's going to be 2-0, I believe. Refs are having a little bit of a discussion about it though. No, that is a doppio. So refs have decided that the point is null. No one made a clean hit. Stamp on the ground as he advanced there. I think you might have been able to see the camera shake. I think this is going to be called. That is 2-0 in favour of the player in tan. Working beautifully there to really control his opponent's movements, pushing them back in the arena, really cutting down the space that they had. It's strange, even though the arena is a circle, sometimes it very much feels like there are corners to it and you can be backed into the corner of a circle very quickly if you don't watch where you're going. So, one of these players is called Tom. We have double daggers coming in again. And he's being pushed right to the edge again, which means that he's going to, he's having to hold his position. He couldn't back any further, which means that the player of the long saber was able just to keep pushing them until their guard was out of the way.
Stop.
And there's another off hit. I believe that's a low strike to the leg. Oh yeah, cheeky little revatio. So a revatio is basically the Form 1 backhand. I do love a revatio. It's the closest you can get to a lunge in Form 1. I think with the confidence of being 2 up, he's really pushed his advantage and attacked using his full reach to get past the daggers. The daggers are shorter, so using your full reach is a very clever way of doing it, or at least a safe way of making sure that you keep yourself out of danger while pushing on the attack. Here comes Cookie, and I'm terribly sorry, I couldn't quite hear the name of her opponent. Cookie coming back with the saber staffs. E and R, nice and simple. Push towards the back of the arena. Nowhere to run to once that happens. And we've got, again, walking out of the arena. So that's going to be 2-0. So again, with something like the saber staff, it is a very intimidating weapon when it is coming towards you, especially if you're not very used to playing against them. So backing away and going outside of the arena is a real danger sometimes. Cookie coming in again, just teasing a shot at the head before taking that swipe on the arm
Tom versus
to end.
Terry, followed by
the
Jerry.
bout.
Jerry?
So Tom versus Terry.
George versus
Tom and Terry.
Alex S.
So I believe Terry is on the left of your screen and Tom is on the right of your screen. If I've got that wrong, terribly sorry. Send all your complaints to Seb Ferris, please. Now Terry to what looks like Form 2. And very quickly, I believe, getting, yep, just a strike on the head. Beautiful work. Terry very, very good at changing from Form 1 to Form 2 very quickly, which throws his opponent on the back foot. I believe that's going to be bring the score to 2-0.
Stop.
Let's see if I've actually caught that. That's 3-0 to Terry, I believe. I hope that's his name. But very aggressive player coming in, using their speed very much to their advantage. So I believe this is George and Alex. I'm afraid I'm going to call him Alex. I think there was a second part to the name, but I didn't quite hear it. Yeah. Both players sizing each other up. Leave George in yellow. Trying to find an opening using Form 2, and they found it. That brings the score to 1-0. So again, just a reminder, if you're joining us for the first time, there are two types of hits that you can get. There's an O and an E. So an O hit is a point scoring hit towards the torso, and the E is a hit towards the hands or the lower legs. If you're hit with an E, you have to remove your blade for a moment, giving your opponent just a beat of time to try and get a strike on you. The score is currently 2-0. Ooh, we have Dan at the side of the arena with a card in his hand, so I imagine we're going to see a style points card coming in.
Too many times with your blade, it's coming directly down, okay? It's coming straight across his body, okay? Right.
So, from style points, from the judge there, from Dan coming in, just advising that sometimes when the blade was being moved quickly, that the point of the blade was coming very close to the face of his opponent. In LudoSport, the face and side of the head of your opponent, and also neck, is not a target that you can use. So that is a card coming in from the style, which is going to affect their style points. And here we go. Some more dagger action coming in. And up they go. Beautiful tap on the arm. So, as we've said before, the big disadvantage with daggers is their reach. They are shorter blades. So a long saber does have that extra reach. However, when you've got such a disparity between the heights of the players, sometimes that advantage can be nullified. So in this sense, in this occasion, some very fast plays and very precise Form 1 strikes. The Levantes, the strikes to the shoulders, very well placed, ending this very quickly for our player in black with a 3-0 victory in this round. Very impressive with just using Form 1. Form 1 being, it's the basics of the sport, but it is if you're diligent with it, a very effective form, as we've seen, going up against players who have been trained in a lot more advanced forms. It still holds its own very well. You don't get many styler points, but you're going to get good war points. Ratio. So both players here taking up the form 1 style, but going hand for leather. So that's the first point, 1-0. So form 1, especially when you speed it up, can be such a versatile form. Lovely Vivacia. Brilliant form on that attack. Bring the score to 2-0. I do love the dramatic.
Final match, Terry versus Bo. Paul D, ready for the
Terribly sorry for the slight break there. There's just a little bit of an internet issue, but I fixed it, hopefully. So this is the final match of Pool C. Terry versus someone else. Lovely shot to hands. Yeah, sniping, and then straight to the side. That brings the score to 1-0.
Stop!
What's happening here?
Stop!
The replays don't seem to be working just at the moment. So at the moment, the score is currently 2-0. We're just debating if there was a strike on the hands. The score is now 3-0. Fantastic. So we're just finishing now with Pool C. We're going to be coming back on very shortly for the remainder of Pool D. I just had to go through my ABCs there. We're going to have about a 10-minute break just as everything gets ready for that. Before then, we've just had a message saying, good luck, Neil, in Group D, competing in his first competition from everyone at Omnio Taekwondo. So fantastic. So we'll be keeping an eye out for Neil in the coming Group D round. I'm going to see if I can figure out what's gone wrong with the mixer and try and fix that before Group D. But until then, here's some music and we'll be back as soon as we can be. So stay with us.
Stop. Oh, uno pari. Guardia. Via.
Hello and welcome back to the LudoSport Midlands tournament.
Stop.
Hopefully this is all reset back up now.
Oh.
There we are. So the score is, well, the score is now 2-1. And we are now back on track. So this is Pool D. So this is the last pool of the pool play. You can see here there's a mask being worn by the player. This is just to protect their jaw. Some players decide to wear face protection, some players don't. It's a bit of a choice. It's not mandatory. If you're joining us for the first time, this is LudoSport. Basically lightsaber fencing. So it's a game that's based on using movements within forms to get a point on your opponent. So refs have spotted something there that I didn't. So possibly a misdeclaration. So in LudoSports you have to declare your own hits. But refs are there to follow up on that. There are two types of strikes, E and an R. So if you hear a player yell E, that means they've been hit on the hands, the hilt, the lower legs. These are non-lethal strikes. And if that happens, you have to stop any strike you're doing. And you remove your blade from in front of you to give your opponent a moment to attempt a strike. If you're hit on the torso or upper arms, then that is an off, which is a lethal strike and will score you a point. However, getting a hit isn't the only way to score points in LudoSports. There are also style points, which you get for correctly performing movement sets, doing them in a way that is advantageous to you or in the correct moment of a game or a match. The score is currently 1-0. It looks like it is now 1-1 though. In pool play, you have 3 bouts, so 3 chances to score a point. In the knockouts, I believe it's first 2-3. Both players using a mixture of Form 1 and Form 2. So Form 1 is a very almost long sword-esque style of play. It's based on having a lot of grounded footwork and 2 hands grip on the blade. Form 1 is a little bit more lungy, where you're using 1 arm or 1 hand on the blade. There we go. Again, I'm totally sorry, I didn't quite hear the names of the players here. I believe one of them is called Mitch. You gotta be careful as you move towards the edge of the circle. So stay, otherwise you will lose that point. Lovely strike to the upper torso. That's going to bring the score 1-0. Love the clacking sound of the sabers as they hit each other. That's 1-0. Players sizing each other up, very close to stepping out of the ring there. Ooh. I'm not sure if you could hear that on the live stream, but very potentially the reason why male players have to wear a cup. That is ulo, so that means that no point has been scored by either point, but there is no foul to it, so they're just going to continue play.
Stop.
And a nice bit of Form 1 sparring there, going through all the motions of the top style of strikes. Very much just waiting until one of them was able to make the hit. So the referee is actually asking the players now if they feel that either of them made the strike first. Neither of them are saying that they categorically think they've made the first strike. Very sporty. So the point is going to be replayed. Stop. And we have another hit. This looks like the point has been scored, which brings the score to 2-1. Lovely, and just above the elbow, just in the point scoring range.
Followed by Luke versus Megan.
So we now have Megan versus Mitch. Megan on the right of the screen, Mitch on the left. Both of them very fast players, so this is going to be very interesting to watch. I'm expecting a lot of spins and rotations. First spin goes to Megan. So quite a close one here. Who made the first strike? They've called it a doppio, which means no one gets the point. Both players making a strike at the same time. Sizing each other up. Both in form 2. Ooh, we might have another doppio. A doppio does count towards the point, so you can't replay that point. But no, the point has gone to Megan, bringing the score to 1-0. Both scoring an E. And both getting another R. Will this be a second doppio? It's been called a doppio. That leaves the score at 1-1 in favour of Megan. Both fantastic players. I believe both of them utilising their aggression or their aggressive form very well there. Unfortunately, just meaning that they are getting points on each other, not defending themselves as the strike comes in from their opponent. Megan coming back in against Luke. So Megan choosing to swap onto double daggers. Again, utilising her speed with these. And you'll see she likes to keep them both moving. Beautiful block and strike at the same time. So I believe this is a block above the head and a strike to the leg, bringing the score to 1-0 in favour of Megan. Ooh, very nearly doing the exact same play and getting a second point. Beautiful tap on the top of the head. So again, you see very much the exact reason why you want to keep those double blades moving. If you haven't got the reach on your opponent, making it so that they're unable to see where your attack is coming from is vital. That was a strike for Luke, bringing the score to 2-1 in favour of Megan. So I believe Luke there able to position his saber, allowing Megan just to spin into it. Very good awareness of the match there, just to know that his opponent was going to move where he was going to leave his blade. Ooh, and here's the problem with Form 1 against Form 2. Form 2 has a lot of reach, so as you're moving back, you've got to remember that you are in a circle, and if you step out of that, you're going to lose points. That's 1-0.
Stop. Right, okay. No, I saw you set it up. Guardia.
So I believe that was just a false start. I've never seen that before, so I'm not quite sure what happened on them. I'm sorry.
Stop.
So again, we're probably going to see a doppio here. Oh no. The player in tan getting in just ahead of his opponent.
Stop.
deciding to try and end nice and quickly. That bring the score to 3-0 with a little backhanded strike.
Megan versus Oscar, followed by Mitch versus
So we now have Megan versus Oscar. Megan on the right of the screen, Oscar on the left.
Saluto.
Nice little polite salute.
Via.
So again, if you're joining us,
Stop. Oh. 0-1. Guardia. Via. Stop.
beautiful work there. I've just been corrected as well on one of the calls I've been making. Apparently it is nulo, not ulo, on a point that is going to be replayed. Thank you, Bruce. Wonderful, wonderful footwork there by Megan. Bring the score to 2-1. Beautiful work, just getting in and out while also keeping her opponent's blade in mind.
Mitch versus Luke, followed by Jesse versus Megan.
Oh, hopefully you can hear that on the stream, but this is Luke versus Mitch. Luke on the left of the screen, Mitch on the right. Mitch really pushing forward aggressively there. Getting the first point. Almost pushing Luke out of the arena. Now, I love Mitch's footwork. When you watch this, very much it is. Unfortunately, just distracted by the referee there, allowing Mitch to get in there. I believe that is going to be a nulo though. See, I said it right that time, Bruce. Nulo. So they're going to replay that point. That's because the ref made a call which distracted the players.
Stop.
As I was saying, Mitch's footwork is very much a mixture between what I'd say Olympic style fencing and a bit of kendo. It is interesting. So that was a point to Luke, bring the score to 2-1.
Jesse versus Megan, followed by Oscar versus...
So we now have Jesse versus Megan. Megan on the left, Jesse on the right. Frame rate is dropping. Frame rate's back. Great. So Megan going back with the doubles. Very quick tag there from Jesse. Yeah, on the shoulder.
Stop.
Very quick work from Jesse. Oh no, that's a nulo, I believe.
Stop.
So Bruce, if you're still watching, is there a specific name for when players are using the floor like that, walking across it on their knees?
Stop.
So we have a strike across the top. So refs are just checking to see if the blade was neck height or shoulder height, and Megan has let them know that she believes that it was shoulder height, not not neck height,
Oscar versus
making it
Mitch.
safe, which leaves the score at 3-0. So we now have Oscar versus Mitch. Oscar on the left, Mitch on the right. Other way around, Mitch on the left, Oscar on the right.
Saluto. Guardia. Via. Oh! Stop!
First strike for Oscar.
Oh! 1-0. Guardia.
A lovely levante, I believe, to the left of Mitch. Both striking the hilt.
Oh! Stop! Oh!
Was that a revatio from Mitch?
Via.
Not quite. It was something that I don't know the name of. It looks like a Form 2 strike.
Oh! Stop!
There we go. Another quick rebuttal from Mitch to bring the score to 2-1. So just tapping the hands as Oscar was attempting to guard, I believe there, putting him into an E before Mitch very much just jumping in to get that on the hips of Oscar. Right, so we are going to have a very short break, I think, in between. So what's going to happen now is the refs, they swap over and we're going to have the second half of Pool D. So that's going to happen in a couple of minutes. Probably we've got about 3-4 minutes until that happens. Until then, though, so you don't have to listen to me or watch my ugly mug for too long, I'm going to put in a little bit of music. So enjoy the music and come back in about a minute and we'll have the second half of Pool D for you. And we're back with Group D. This is Megan versus someone I don't know the name of. Megan back on the lightsaber. And it looks like we have a potential doppio, so this might be both players getting a hit at the same time. End it like that. So goes for far. Cool. So the score is still 0-0. Lovely attempt there, and a quick hit on Megan's ankle, I believe just above the knee actually, so that's going to be the first point, bringing the score to 1-0. Both players sizing each other up. Beautiful hit. That's going to bring the score equal to 1-1. With the doppio, score 1-1. Here comes Mitch and I think James.
Mitch versus Jesse.
Oh, it's Jesse, I'm terribly sorry. So this is Mitch versus Jesse. We're likely to see a lot of fast motion in this once they've made initial contact. Mitch utilising a little bit of form 2 there to get his hit. Lovely, quite quick play there, getting just under the armpit. Bringing the score to 2-0 in favour of Mitch. Both players settling each other, and it looks like just a clip on the shoulder, bringing the third point to Mitch. Fantastically fast play. I saw Dan, the style judge, getting up there. I thought he was going to come and say something to Mitch, but it seems that he's happy with play. So we now have Luke versus Oscar. Luke on the right of your screen, Oscar on the left. Lovely fast play from Oscar there. Very accurate as they both parried each other and then just turning that into a little levatio to the right shoulder of Luke. To the arm of Oscar, equalising the score. And there is the third point of the round going to Luke. If you're just joining us again for the first time, just to remind you, there are two types of hits in LudoSport. So you've got the op and the E. So an op hit is if you are hit in the torso or on the upper arms or upper legs. This is a point scoring hit. So if you hit there, you end that bout, you get a point. If you hit someone on the lower arms, the hilt of the blade, or the lower legs, that is an E hit. So quite often you'll hear players go E, and that is a non-lethal hit. But what you've got to do is you've got to remove the blade from in front of you, giving your opponent a moment to attempt to make a strike. So we have beautiful work by Mitch there. Very quick thinking after getting that E and then striking towards the hip with, I think, BB on the right of the screen. utilising Form 2. Both players actually using Form 2, which is the one-handed style, a bit more akin to fencing. Ooh, BB learning from earlier, knowing that when he gets that E, he has to move his legs back to avoid that low strike from Mitch.
Stop.
We do have the refs spotting something that we didn't.
Okay.
So the refs have called an E hit on, an R hit on Mitch, saying that the hit that Mitch thought was an E was actually an R, it was up the arm.
Stop.
And we have an R on Mitch.
Sí. Duel 20. Saludos.
Cool. So we now have Luke and
Jesse versus
Jesse.
Luke, followed by Neil versus Megan.
Saludos.
Luke on the left of the screen, Jesse on the right.
Bien.
Both taking a Form 1 stance.
Stop.
Jesse getting the first point.
1-0.
Two Levantes, one getting an R on Luke's hands, second one following up and getting that E on the shoulder.
Stop.
Will this be a misdeclaration?
Was enough. Misura. Oh. Uno pari. Va bien. Bien.
Both players being a bit more tentative now, with only 1 point left to be able to be gained during this bout. Neither of them wanting to make a mistake. Ooh, lovely hit on the back of the wrist. Strike to the torso, bringing the score to 2-1 for Luke. Brilliant work. Both players sticking quite closely to Form 1 play, so that's a very
Neil versus Megan, followed
very
by Luke
steady
versus
form
DDM.
of lightsaber play, as opposed to swapping into a little bit of Form 2 for a bit of reach. So we have Megan on the left with double daggers. So if you've been watching today, double daggers is quite a fun little way of bringing in some extra weapons into LudoSport. So they've got less reach, but with two of them, you do have twice the attacking capability. Megan demonstrating really well why keeping both of those blades moving is a real good way of distracting your opponent. A little bit of a trip as they went down, but I believe they did get the hit. No, it is a nulo. Again, thank you very much, Bruce, for correcting my pronunciation on nulo. So no point has been scored.
Stop.
And just being able to use that reach to get in between Megan's guards there to score a point. Bring the score to 1-0. Testing each other's range. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful block into the skid. Again, I don't know if there's an actual name for getting down on your knees in LudoSport, but that was a really well placed block above Megan's head, as she also went for strike across the torso in that little. Lovely, lovely Levanto, a bit of a tap on the head. Nice and simple attack, but effective. Bring the score to 2-1. Lovely bout to watch. The great things about the when you get a bop on the top of the head is you can really hear it, but it sounds a lot worse than it actually is. So DDM versus Luke. Luke on the right hand of your screen. DD on the left. Luke sticking with Form 1, with Luke coming in with a bit of a Form 2 riposte to that. Straight in, that was very good pressure put on by DDM. Sudden drop is a Siducha. Thank you very much.
Stop! You put the first test first.
Seducha. I'm going to try and remember that now. Seducci. Sheducha. Okay, I'm never going to be able to say that. I'm just going to say a sudden drop.
Mitch versus Neil, followed by Oscar versus Jesse.
So we now have Mitch versus Neil. So I believe Neil's got some people watching from the Taekwondo club that he attends. This is Neil's first tournament in the LudoSports.
Stop!
Beautiful attempt at a levatio there, going for the shoulder of Mitch, but Mitch is a very fast player. Gotta watch getting close to that corner. I say the corner of the circle, because we all know that circles have corners. But as you get to the edge, you're really in danger zone, because that is where Mitch wants you, where you can't move. Ooh. Neil put in great effort there to actually put pressure on Mitch. But with a good riposte, Mitch getting the shot on the shoulder, bringing the score to 3-0. We now have Oscar versus Jesse. So Oscar on the right of your screen, Jesse on the left. Oh, we're getting fancy with the salute. Lovely 1-2 by Oscar. I'm not quite sure if that was a revatio or half of a laterale from Oscar. Either way, no point was scored on it. Lovely loud decorations coming from Jamie. So when a point is scored against you or a hit is scored against you, you do have to be very loud. Make sure that everyone knows that you've recognised it. It is part of the ethos of LudoSport, just sportsmanship, to announce your strikes. Beautiful work, just pushing in, putting in the pressure. So we're having a warning to Jamie there. Nothing really being pushed by it. A bit of a warning. He's already pulled it up himself, of stabbing towards the body. So there were a couple of attempts there that the point of the blade was a bit too central on the body, but that's been pulled up. Ooh, lovely revatio. So I believe Oscar is left-handed, which is causing a bit of problems for a couple of players as they're having to adapt. And that's a nulo, so we're going to continue the point. I believe actually both players are left-handed. Oh, just hitting the boundary there. Going out boundary. Which brings the score to 2-1 in favour of Oscar. Now that was quite interesting because, as I say, I think both players are left-handed. That might be one of the first times that we've seen two left-handed players play against each other. And that might be one of the first times that two left-handed players have played against each other as well. Meaning that they've both not had the practice against defending against one another. So we now have Neil versus Luke. Luke on your left, Neil on your right. Neil taking up Form 1. Ooh, very close. Now there was an off from Neil, possible warning for missed declarations. So the refs are going to have a little bit of a chat to just ask about some declaration issues there, I think. Let's see.
Yeah, right? Yeah, on the leg.
So yeah, so there's a white card coming up.
Okay.
So there's a white card coming out there. That is just a little warning from the refs to say, here's a bit of advice, make sure that you are making your declarations. I believe there was just a hit on the hilt on Luke that you might have missed. It's easy enough to do, especially on the hilt, where if you don't feel it personally, it can be easily missed.
Stop!
I believe this is going to be
Oh!
the equalising point, 1-all. Luke pushing on quite fiercely there, just to push Neil back towards the boundaries. Ooh, that was a very sneaky hit from Neil. How did you do that? Oh, it was a levanto to the left shoulder of Luke. Did not see that. That was very quick. Fantastic. That brings the score to 2-1 in favour of Neil. I think.
Final match of the final pool.
Here comes the final match of pool number D, or letter D, if you want to be pedantic. This is DDM, yep, versus Oscar.
Saluto! Guardia! Via!
Beautiful lunge by BBM.
1-0.
Getting the first point on Oscar.
Via!
Making sure that he got that third hit just in case the first one missed.
2-0. Guardia! Via!
The score is currently 2-0. We have got one. The refs is told to continue. So BBM using Form 2 to really get a bit more reach to make sure that they can reach Oscar, who is a taller opponent.
No, he just.
BBM saying that there was a strike made to the top of the head. The refs have overruled him though, giving the score 3-0 to BBM. And that is the final of the pool players. The refs are having a conversation about something.
As the pool's over.
The refs are just clarifying their call with BBM. So that is the final of the pools. So we are going to, I believe, have a bit of a break before going into... Neil is doing the Taekwondo Club proud. We'll be sure to pass that on to him as well, make sure that he knows that he's got his fans back up. In fact, actually, we're about to have a break. I'm going to see if I can grab Neil and bring him over to the cameras to say hi in a moment. So they are going to be calculating the bouts that we're going to be going into in a moment as we go into the knockout stages of the tournament. But until then, I think we're going to have a little break. We'll keep you up to date to let you know if anything changes. But until then, let's hang on. There he is. He's over there. That's Neil. I'm pretty sure that's Neil. Let's see if we can get him to give you guys a wave. He's hiding behind. It's one of those things, you never know. Are people having a private moment that they don't want to be filmed? No, there's laughter. So as long as people are smiling, I'm going to say yes. Should I try and lip read? Right. He goes, yes, I do think Taekwondo is a good sport to be, and I'm just going to pull this here. Right. Right, I'm going to stop playing with the cameras for a moment now, and we are going to be back very shortly. I think after a very, very quick lunch break. We will keep you up to date as information comes to us. You're watching LudoSport, the Midlands tournament, and we'll be back very shortly. Here's some music to keep you entertained, though. Hello, we're back very shortly. Well, we're back right now. At the moment, we're just doing a couple of bouts just to get the final placements. So we have Oscar versus Luke. These points do not count towards their actual final scores, but they're just doing it so that they can be placed properly in the tournament. That is the first point to Jamie. This is just going to be a quick thirst to free. Point for Jamie. Point Oscar. Oh, that is a doppio, I'm afraid. So again, this is just for placement. This doesn't count towards their final scoring.
Saluto. Guardia. Via.
I didn't see you move them. So Oscar going for a strike on Neil. Neil being able to block that.
Stop.
Oh, terribly sorry, that was Luke, not Jamie.
Oh. 0-1. Guardia. Via. Oh. Stop.
There's Oscar calling the R on themselves first. Score is currently 1-0. So that was a null. So score is still 1-0 for Oscar.
Stop.
And that one definitely was an R.
Oh.
Bringing the score to 1-0.
Via. Stop.
Eat off.
Doppio.
There's another doppio.
Pareggio.
So they are playing until one gets the point. Oh no, they're not. Which camera are you currently using? Spotlight Master. This. Yeah, the memory card on the mixer has run out, so I'm just going to change that. Now this is Luke versus Neil now. Hopefully I've now got the right names.
Oh. 0-1. Guardia. Via. Oh. Stop.
Change the records without turning this off. So music is still on. Music is now not on.
Nullo. Guardia. Via.
So the score is currently 1-0 to Luke.
Stop.
Now the score is 2-0 to Luke.
Oh. 0-2. Guardia. Via. Hey, stop.
Possibly a simultaneous strike.
Oh. 0-3. Vince. Saluto.
It is not. That is 3-0 to Luke. There we go. Managed to change the SD card. All in good time. Right. So the final positionings going into the knockout stages are just going to be calculated now that they've got those final bouts that just needed to be done. And we are going to be coming back to you very, very shortly, I believe, as we go into the knockout stages. But until then, sit tight and we'll be right back because I've got to run to the toilet.
from the global ranking. So they are sold by coin toss. Straight. Following the ITR. I'm not making it up. Okay, now. Size. So it's gonna be Thomas Smith and Thomas Wilson. Deal against Greg. And James against George. So.
Step into the ring, boys.
I think you were first. I was first.
It's gonna be a coin toss. I don't even remember the last time I did that coin toss, so I'm gonna do like this, catch it, and like this. Just to be clear. Okay. Ready?
And you're going to call? You don't
You're not fighting, Tom.
Yeah.
You have to make a decision. Who is tails?
Yeah. That's
my point.
how does it work? It's been a while.
Someone just calls heads or tails.
Yeah, but who first?
Doesn't matter, literally.
Don't drop paper.
All right.
How it works.
Here we go. Heads. Oh.
Okay.
No. This is to decide.
Okay. To decide what? Like who's...
Yeah, that's it.
Good fight.
Thomas Smith or Thomas Wilson?
Wilson.
Okay, so Wilson's is now the one of them.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank you.
Next combat.
Who are the next ones?
I don't know. It was Deal and Craig.
Oh no, I have got a saber.
You have one. Heads. Tails.
No, the choice, Craig.
It didn't spin. Oh, come on. Bad. Tails. And
James and George.
yeah. Okay. And heads. Just confirming, double check. I'm trying, okay? Heads. Hopefully that's the last one.
We hope.
All right, so we're going to announce the next round for the eliminations. If I don't call your name, it means you're already through anyway, so don't worry. Okay? Okay, so first it'll be Craig versus Dill, Reese versus George, Ian versus James, Tom versus Luke, Tom Smith, sorry, Dan versus Alexander, Tom Wilson versus Oscar, Bo versus Megan, Sean versus Alex Donica, some guy called Steven versus Esme, Tom Grudges versus Jesse, Mitch versus Hannah, Cam versus Neil. Okay? In that order.
Wait. Just a second. Remember, this is a Bravo Formula tournament, so best of 5. Whoever gets to 3 points, 3 minutes long. All right?
Okay, straight into the elimination matches. So first up, we've got Craig against Dill, followed by Reese and George. I'll announce the next ones afterwards.
Saluto. Guardia.
And we're now into the elimination stages. So at this point, we are playing the best out of 5. So each player, the first player to get to 3 points wins their bout and eliminates their opponent from the remainder of the tournament. The score is currently 1-0. At this point, I believe that we still have a full time limit of 90 seconds of combat, but that was an R to the elbow.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh! The other way. Guardia.
Both players playing cool. Quite defensively. And double E, stopping the attack. And an R coming across at the midsection, bringing the score to 3-0. Fantastic, and there is our first elimination of the day. So, we now have Reese versus George. I'm terribly sorry, I don't know which one is which. So one of them is and one of them isn't. So we have Reese on the left and George on the right. Both of them going at it a bit more aggressively than we saw in the previous round. A beautiful slice to the back from Reese, bringing the score to 1-0. Lovely, lovely deception there on the lateral. Reese believes that there was an E strike on them, but the refs have deemed it that it was hit at the same time as the R, meaning that the point does stand, bringing the score to 2-0. Lovely roll by George. Lovely roll by George. Thank you very much, Manon, for keeping me on track with the names. That's going to score well for the style, however it isn't Bruno. Oh, sorry, a Nulo.
Stop.
Beautiful lunge by George.
Oh, 3-0.
The score 2-0. Sorry, 3-0. Which does eliminate George and sends Reese to the next round. So we now have Ian. Ian versus James. It's very handy when they call out the names. So Ian on the right of your screen, James on the left. James coming in with Form 1, Ian straight in with Form 2. And again, we're getting an E and an R coming in at the same time. James doing really well to keep Ian out of bay. Very close to the end of the what are the refs saying? That is a point for Ian. Pushing James right to the edge. He's doing really well against a very experienced opponent. And James leaving the arena, Gain a point.
Go on, Jimmy.
Potentially a hit to the hands.
Oh!
But he's done really well to stay. Stand his ground.
Stop!
You've got to give it to him. James is a far braver man than I am to get close enough. But Ian's doing that. That brings a score to 3-0 in favour of Ian. Ian progressing to the next rounds, the knockouts.
Tom Smith versus Luke, followed by
Entering the arena now, we have Tom versus Luke. Luke on the left of your screen, Tom on the right.
Salud, Tom. Guardia.
Lovely little bow.
Hey, stop.
Beautiful
Oh,
recross
1-0. Guardia.
by Tom. Originally put on the back foot by Luke, but being able to stand his ground and pull it back to get that E before following up with the R to the torso.
Stop.
Lovely, just turning his guard into an offence very quickly, bringing the score to 2-0 in favour of Tom. Getting underneath Luke's blade as he made that strike and pushing it in. There really wasn't anything Luke could do other than move his feet backwards there to try and avoid that. Ooh, lovely, lovely. And anticipation. Foresight from Luke. Noting Tom's movement, Luke was very capable of getting that blade just to the chest of Tom. Luke's in a dangerous place, 1 point in it. Tom gets this point, he goes through, Luke, and Tom gets it. Bring the score to 3-1 in favour of Tom.
3-1. Vince.
Tom makes it through to the next round.
Next up, Dan versus Alex S, followed by Tom.
Entering the arena, we now have Dan versus Alex S.
Salud, Tom. Guardia.
So Tom on the right of your screen.
Stop.
Very fast play from both players there.
1-0. Guardia.
Bringing the score to 1-0. Both of them using their linked movements. Beautiful stances. Oh, very close to getting a press save. That's going to beautiful work there. Alex getting a point there, bringing the score to 1-1 after a disarm and a press save. That's going to do very well for his skill points, his style points. And a lovely E-off combo. E to the upper strike at the hands, R to the mid-torso. Bring the score to 2-1. A little bit of a strong strike to the hands. Alex is just getting the blood flowing back into the thumb. Testing each other's distance. Ooh, very close to that edge. You need to keep track of where your feet are and not leave the circle. Oh, very good point. Point to the torso there, bring the score to 3-1. Alex there using a Form 1 technique of holding the blade laterally, which from that position he can throw 2 specific strikes, but just being tapped out there. Very fun match to watch. We'll be clipping that all later.
Tom versus Oscar, followed by Bertie versus Megan.
So we now have Tom versus Oscar coming into the arena. Oscar is on the left of your screen, Tom is on the right.
Saluto. Guardia. Via.
Oscar taking up the Form 1 position and Tom is Form 2. Form 2 being quite a bit faster than Form 1 with a bit of reach with one-handed, but Form 1 very much mastering the basics and keeping yourself nice and covered and nice and centered. First point going to Tom, leaving the score at 1-0. Wonderful bounce work from Tom. However, Oscar managing to, I believe Tom striking themselves with the lightsaber, which does count as a point, so that does bring the score to 1-1. E on Oscar. Just reaching in. That brings the score to 2-1. And that is the point there for Tom. Bringing the score to 3-1 in favour of Tom, and Tom advances to the next round of the knockout stages.
Next up, Ray versus Megan, followed by Sean versus Alex
Just get up there. There we go. How's that sound? Like a bit better? Fantastic. So that is HDMI 6, which should be this one potentially. Yeah, cool. Which means that that one is connected to that one over there. So just fixing the cameras very quickly. Oh, look at that. Yeah, dead. So we have Megan versus...
Saluto.
Oh, I should have listened to the name.
Guardia. Via.
We just have to be quick.
Continuare.
So that wasn't
Stop.
scored by...
0-1. Guardia. Via. Stop.
Another art. That is 2-0 to Megan.
0-2. Guardia. Via. Stop.
And that is 3-0 to Megan. Terribly sorry, going quiet for a moment. Just having to fix a slight camera issue. But that puts Megan through to the next stage of the knockouts.
Sean versus Alex, followed by Skippy versus Esme.
Saluto. Guardia. Via. Stop.
The first strike is straight in with an off.
Thank you. 0-1. Guardia. Via.
Both players sizing each other up. The first time that we're seeing double daggers in the knockout stages. Very close to that backline though. He's got to make sure that he doesn't put his foot out. Now we've seen before the player in black is very good at getting those snipe shots when someone misjudges their spacing with them. And there we go. That's an off into the knee. So fantastic hit. That brings the score to 1-1, I believe.
Sorry,
So that's a out. Bring the score 1-1.
Via.
Playing exactly into her style. Double daggers. He's got a fantastic hold when he's holding them still, but unfortunately possibly just needs to be a bit proactive with the attack, especially with such a long distance that the player in black is able to cover.
Stop.
Score is 3-1.
Vince.
Which puts them through to the next knockout stage. Thank you.
Skippy versus Esme.
So we now have Skippy versus Esme coming into the ring. Skippy's currently putting their gloves on. And here they go. Skippy deciding to bring in their classic double daggers into the arena. Esme going for form 2. Call to continue. And that is the first point going to Skippy, I believe. Again, using those double daggers in sequence to make those attacks. And that's a point on Skippy for Esme, bringing the score to 1-1. Again, I think she just saw an opening there. Lovely loud declarations. And that's going to be a point. The refs have called the stop there. I think that's just a tap on the behind from Skippy, bringing the score to 2-1. This is match point potentially. Beautiful tag there by Esme, just making Skippy back off just enough, and then getting a point onto his torso, bringing the score to 2-2. Very much whoever gets this point now will be going through to the next stage, knocking the other out. This could be a little bit of an upset, as I think Skippy is in the favourites for potentially getting higher in the tournament. We have a stop. No, we don't. But they don't. Both of them getting an E on the hilts. Oh, I think that might be it. Let's have a look how this went. So the point has gone to Skippy. That brings the score to 3-2 in favour of Skippy. So we have Jesse versus... Who do we have Jesse versing? First strike on Jesse. There's an E followed by an O very quickly. A very textbook strike. Get that quick E. Brilliant form 2 use here. So form 2, it's very almost whippy, but it means that it's very quick to get a shot on the hands of your opponent. Form 1, you're not really supposed to aim at your opponent's hands. Form 2, you can use that. Ooh.
That's my bad. Sorry.
So this potentially might be a bit of a card coming out. We have a yellow card coming out. So this is for the strike that went a little bit wild, went towards the face. That has given the point to Jamie. Bring the score to 2-1. Gotta be careful with the tip of the blade of the lightsaber when you're doing form 2. It can be very easy to start rising towards your opponent's face, which is a bit of a no-no. But we have a second yellow card. We have Dan coming in with his cards. But that does bring the score to 3-1.
Yeah.
Not just that, but there's a few times we could bring in a tip right across.
So yeah, Dan is coming in just to give a card warning for, or a card for style, and a warning about raising the tip towards the face of your opponent. Now in LudoSport, you're not allowed to stab forward. The diameter of the blade is about 2 millimeters wider than the average diameter of an eye socket, and you're not allowed to swipe at the face. So there are rules in place to protect people's eyes and their faces, but still, if you walk into a pole that's pointed at your face, it is going to hurt. So Mitch versus Anna.
Saluto.
Saluto.
Guardia. Via.
And up they go. Mitch going into form 2 straight away, pushing Hannah out of the ring. It's going to be point 1 to Mitch.
40. Oh! 1-0. Guardia. Via.
Mitch now swapping into form 3, I think that. Very fast motion. Not quite as stable as form 1, but using a lot of the basic motions that you would see. Lovely, I think that was a Levante, so that was a rising cut from underneath that gives Mitch the second point. Back up at it. And straight in to end the bout very quickly. That's 3-0 to Mitch. Sending Mitch through to the next stage of the knockout rounds. Super. I'm terribly sorry, I didn't catch the name of the player in red, but we've got Neil in black. Super Meper says hi. I say hi back. Oh, lovely rotation. And that's going to be first point. It does look, it was controlled, and the point does stand, bringing the score to 1-0. Neil doing very well in his first tournament, I believe. Though the player in red, possibly knowing that Neil is in his first tournament, is starting to do some more extreme movements, probably to get a couple of style points going. So you get a few points, but that's a point to Neil. So you might see. Ooh. Let's see, what was this? So I think the ref is saying that it was possibly above the elbow. So that is a point going against, and that means that Neil is knocked out in the eliminations. And that is the final of the first round of the eliminations. So again, we're going to have a moment as the next set of games are going to be thought about and decided. So what was that? We've gone from 28 players. I believe there were a couple of buys. So how many games did we just have? I'm not entirely sure. But we are now roughly on the final 14 players who are still in the tournament. So we're going to hear now what they're going to announce. Or are we? Let's find out. Go. There you go. Man, I'm bringing the mic in.
All right, for the next round. First match, Cookie versus Dill. And Reese versus Ian. DDM versus Tom Smith. Danny K versus Tom Wilson. Sam Grafton versus Megan. Sean versus Skippy. Terry versus Tom Grudgings. Mitch versus Cam. Okay. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
So yeah,
All right.
we're first.
First
Those are the next matches that are coming up. So I believe that was going to be Cookie versus Megan first ones. We're going to be coming back to you in about 5 minutes with the games. And so stay tuned for the next round of knockouts. We'll be back ASAP with the next stage of eliminations. Hello, and we're back. We're about to go into the next round of eliminations. Let's turn that music off. So, who's in this round now? I know Cookie is one of the contestants that's going to be coming into this round. Here they go.
Saluto.
Saluto.
Via. Via.
And here they go.
Hey.
Lovely rotations with the staff.
Stop.
Beautiful strike to the head. So
Oh. 1-0.
that brings the score to 1-0.
Via.
What's that mean there?
Stop.
Ooh, lovely sneaky strike. I believe to the knee. Oh no, just to the side of Cookie,
Via.
which brings the score to 1-1.
Hey. Stop.
The refs have spotted something that the players didn't, or me to be there. So I think that was a strike made by Cookie, bringing the score to 2-1. Oh no. Oh yes, it is 2-1. I was right, the score table was wrong. There we go.
Via. Via.
Moving in for a strike. Cookie really using the shift and grip on the longer hilt of her saber staff to mess with the distancing, or the distance of each player there. So that's going to be a nulo. Again, thank you very much for Bruce explaining the pronunciation of that for me.
Stop.
Lovely sneaky strike again. I didn't even see that one.
Doppio.
So I believe just as Cookie advanced,
Via.
the blade came to her side.
Stop.
Very quick. When she feels the pressure, she will end the game very quickly, bring the score to 3-2 in favour of Cookie. Just deciding to get some very quick strikes in there. It's what you've got to do in LudoSport. You have to be able to both be able to show off your style, a lot of style points that you can earn by doing full rotations, by using every skill and every trick that you know. You'll get a lot of style points. However, sometimes when you get down to it and you just need to get through the next round of eliminations, nice and basic, very quick strike-ins to get that point are what you need. So Ian on the left. Very, very aggressive and quick. That's what you need sometimes if you just want to get that point. Beautiful work. The score is 1-0. So I believe Ian using, I think, form 3 with form 2. Fantastic flick of the leg, just keeping themselves a little bit safe there. No, they did get the strike, which brings the score to 1-1. Again, Ian not letting up. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, it's form 5 that Ian is using. So I believe a little bit more acrobatic than form. He's mostly using form 5. They are mixing up. It is now 2-2. This is the point to play for it. Oh, very quick play. That's going to be a point for Ian. There we go, very quick. Ian ending that bout just to get the point, getting them through to the next round.
Ian versus Tom Smith, followed by Dan Kay versus Tom Wilson.
believe they said Megan versus DDM. But that's not Megan, so I've got the names wrong. Lovely tap on the ground to try and throw their opponent off. We are seeing a yellow card.
1-0. Guardia. Via.
I'm afraid I'm not entirely sure what the yellow card was for though. Back of the hand E. And to the stomach is the off. A lot of pressure onto BBM. Once they'd realised that they were at the side of the arena, they weren't able to dodge any further back. So at the moment, again, we're seeing Form 1 versus Form 2. Form 2 being the one-handed version of the attack. Lovely. So just seeing an opportunity to get in and make that strike very quickly. Bring the score to 2-1. This could be the final point. Both getting a lot of ease on each other, keeping them outside of their own range. Lovely. I thought that was going to be a point for CBM, but it looks like we have 3-1, sending them through to the next round of eliminations. Now, we got stepping into the arena now. So we now have Danny versus Tom. So I believe on the pitch now is Danny. We have a moment to tell me if I'm wrong. Followed by Tom coming into the pitch now. Or the arena even. Lovely bit of saluting. There they go. Both picking up a bit of Form 2. Danny using the tip of his blade on the ground, almost like a cane, tapping it. A little bit of distraction for his opponent, but not quite working. Bring the first point to Tom. So there's a white card from the ref. I'm not sure if tapping the blade is something that is being carded in this tournament, because I think that's what happened in the bout just beforehand, that a card came out when they were very close to stepping out of the arena. But that is a second point going on the board.
2-0. Guardia. Via.
And there they go. Potentially a clean sweep coming up. Lovely jump. Guarding his back. And there is the R. I believe brings it to 3-0.
3-0. Vince.
And sending Danny, I believe, to the next round of knockouts. We now have Sam versus Megan. This is a matchup that we've seen a few times on the channel. Always a pleasure to watch though. Both of them deciding to go for Lightsaber. Sam normally being the master of the double-ended, and Megan being the master of double daggers. Now, Bruce, do correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that is Form 4 from both players there. Being very fast and a bit acrobatic. There's the equalising point from Sam. Brings the score to 1-1.
Via.
The concentration on Megan's face. Fantastic block, not quite a block. That was a fantastic attempted block over the back of Megan's shoulder. That brings the score to 2-1 in favour of Sam. Oh, wonderful follow-up from the E from Sam, bringing that strike on the hands down straight back onto the side of Megan, sending Sam through into the next
time.
You might have heard them on the mics there. Megan telling Sam that next time it's going to be her round. Here we go. Now I believe, is this Anna coming into the arena? With hopefully an opponent somewhere.
On the floor over there.
But I'm not entirely sure if there is anyone. Who's coming in? Oh, it's Skippy.
Saluto.
So, saluto.
Via.
Skippy again with double daggers. Now, if you're joining us for the first time, just a reminder, there are three different weapons that you can use in LudoSport. You can use the classic long saber, double daggers, which are slightly shorter blades, but you get two of them, or you can use the saber staff, which is like the Darth Maul double-ended lightsaber.
Via.
In this case, Skippy has given up the reach advantage in favour of having two blades, which, not gonna lie, is really difficult to guard against, as you can both attack and connect with your opponent's blade at the same time to move it out of the way. Beautiful hit. So again, I believe in black, Anna, she has been showing all tournament how quick she is to get these very precise sniping shots on her opponent. It looks in this case though that Skippy was just able to get in there first, bring the score to 2-all. So the point comes down to this, whoever gets this point goes through. And that looks like we're having a quick timeout. Was this a hit on Skippy? That brings the score to 3-0, sending Anna through. Terribly so, just checked, and her name is Sean, not Anna. Sean, not Anna. So Sean has gone through, so fantastic work. What is that sound? Oh, that's the sound of Sam Grafton's lightsaber next to the microphone over there. We're seeing some beautiful form 2 from both players here.
1-0. Careful do not chase the team. Okay? Via.
Is that the sound? Where is that coming from? So a very smooth swap between form 2 to form 1.
No pari. Guardia. Via. Stop.
Putting a lot of pressure on their opponent. That brings the score to 2-1. Lovely little hanging guard. And straight in to get that hit. At this stage of the tournament, there's very little messing around. People want to get the point, make sure that they get through. So we now have Mitch versus Cam. This is going to be the final match in this round before we have a short break and go into the next rounds of eliminations. Lovely quick play. Mitch is very known as well for being a very quick and efficient player when they really want to be. So straight in 2-0. At this point, we might see a little bit more flashy play from Mitch if he wants to get some style points up. No, he just wants to end the match very quickly. Brings the score to 3-0. Very quick game. Again, a very, very precise play. Any openings, he will try and capitalize on them as much as he can. And as you can see, that's going to get you through to the next round. So we're going to be preparing now to see who's going into the next round of eliminations. Manon is moving across the screen to grab the the microphone very quickly, so that we can let you know who's going where. Could you take the mic?
Okay, we're now moving on to the quarterfinals. So, first match in the quarterfinals is Cookie versus Ian, Tom Smith versus Danny Kay, Sam Grafton versus Sean, Tom Grudgeons versus Mitch.
So you heard it here first. We're going into the quarterfinals.
A couple of minutes.
In a couple of minutes. So we'll be going into the quarterfinals in just a few minutes, giving the referees a moment so that they can arrange what they need to do. Until then, have a little bit of music so you don't have to listen to my voice for too long. And we're coming back. Let's turn the music up. So, first round of the quarterfinals.
No promises.
Salute. Nice and polite. The first strike. That's 1-0. Ooh. Let's see how did this one go. That's 2-0. Ooh, is this going to be potentially a 3-0? This is 3-0. At this stage of the tournament, it's the first 2-3, so there's a potential of 5 bouts, but it's first to 3 points. And then there's a knockout. It's a very, very quick round. Let's see if I can fix this. Hopefully that's worked. So, I'm terribly sorry, I didn't quite hear the name of the first player there, but Dan is on the left of your screen. And on the right of your screen is the player that I really want to know the name of because he's been doing absolutely fantastically this tournament. First E, knocking him back. Wonderful bout. That was almost cinematic timing there. As you can see, a hanging guard just attempting a bit of a flinch before following it through with a strike downwards. Both players have an amazing sense of tempo. And that's going to be the next point. Bring the score to 1-1. And a lovely classic E followed up by the O. So again, if you're joining us for the first time, there are 2 types of hit in LudoSport. There is the E hit, which is a non-lethal hit, so that's to the hands, the hilt, the lower arms or the lower legs. If you're hit there, then you have to remove your blade from in front of you for a moment. If you're hit towards the torso, then that is going to be an O hit, which is a point scoring hit against you. Of course, Dan's come in here to have a discussion here. He's got a card in his hand because he is the style ref. You don't just win in LudoSport by getting the hit on your opponent, you can also win via style points, where you have a judge who is going to be deciding style points. So style comes from being able to perform movements correctly from your form that you are currently practicing. So each form has a set of movements that you are able to use. If you use a form and you can correctly use the movements within that, then you're going to get style points. You also get style points for using the movements at the correct moment. The correct moment during a bout. So we now have Sam versus Sean. Sam coming in with a saber staff. Sean. Now, I don't like to pick favourites, but I think Sean is my favourite player of today. She's got amazing timing for getting some very, very quick snappy shots in. I've not seen her before play at a tournament, so I'm very excited to see how she plays against Sam. Sam has traditionally been a very high-ranking player at these tournaments. And that was an E followed by an O, giving Sam the first point. Very, very simple hit. So Sam there showing how changing your tempo can really throw off your opponent there. So from being a very fast player to all of a sudden changing to a slower tempo, it does throw players off. Sean possibly getting a little bit intimidated by Sam at this point. Sam sensing that, and I think he is using the opportunity to try and get a couple of style points up now, so he is playing a bit more flashy. And that was the third point, bringing the score to 3-0, sending Sam through to the semi-finals. That's the word, semi-finals. After quarter-finals, it's semi-finals, I believe.
Okay, next up, Tom versus Mitch.
So we now have Tom versus Mitch. Ooh, this is going to be a very, very intense fight. Both of them like pressing hard on their opponent. So we're going to see who's going to lead this fight, pressing the other towards the edge of the arena. Both taking up form 2. More of a fencing style of play. First point going to Mitch. Getting a very quick shot on the upper thigh of Tom. Another shot to the upper thigh, I believe, of Tom. Oh no, it was the inside leg that time. That leaves the score at 2-0 to Mitch. Both players getting an E, sending them backwards. And that's the third point. There might be a bit of a question if there was an E before the R. Mitch has declared that the E came before the R, giving Tom another chance to get on the scoreboard. But it doesn't pay off for him, with Mitch coming in very quickly with a lunge and just tapping the center line of Tom, sending Mitch through to the semi-finals. So, if I'm not wrong, that was all of the quarterfinals. Or have we got one more? That was the last of the quarterfinals, I believe. So we are going to be going into the semi-finals very shortly, I think.
All right, going straight into the semi-finals now. First match will be Ian versus Dan, followed by Sam versus Mitch.
So here comes the first of the quarterfinals, Ian versus Dan. Ian on the left of the right of the screen, Dan on the left.
Saluto.
Nice and polite, getting your salutes in. Oh, I like Ian's stance. Ooh, he is not messing around there, is he? Straight in, an E removing the guard, and then straight on the back with that R. Bring the score to 1-0 in favour of Ian. Lovely play. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. I don't actually know what that move is called in the sport. Taking the hit. That has been given in Ian's favour, bringing the score to 2-0. At this stage in the tournament, it is first to 3. Lovely deflection. And beautiful riposte, bringing Dan onto the board, bring the score at 2-1. Lovely. So this is essentially match point, 2-all. Disarm and straight in. That's going to give Ian some lovely style points. Beautiful, beautiful play. Seeing the opportunity. With Dan going into a form 2 guard, Ian seeing that potentially he had an opportunity to get that disarm, going for it. That's going to score him very nicely at this late stage of the game for style. We now have Mitch versus Sam for the final semi-final.
Saluto. Guardian.
Salute.
Via.
And they are up.
Hey, stop. Oh.
Lovely work. First point going to Mitch.
Guardian. Via. Hey, stop.
Again, very, very dangerous is our Mitch with his E's followed with his R.
Via.
Bringing the score to 2-0.
Hey.
Very fast to get away from Sam the moment an E comes in. Beautiful work, bringing the score to 2-1.
Another way. Guardian. Via.
Ooh. And we have another situation where it is match point 2-all. Whoever gets this point will be going through to the final. Whoever doesn't will be going to the second, third place playoff. Wonderful. Both absolutely stunning players. Sam really showing there the experience that he's got in the arena, how quick his thought process is to change from the defense onto the attack so quickly. So we now have a slight announcement, what's going to happen here. So we're watching the officials and the refs have a bit of a chat at the moment, so we'll find out very shortly who's going to be going, well, we know who's going to be going into the finals and semi-finals. We'll find out if we're going to see the finals or semi-finals first very shortly.
All right. We're now going straight into third and fourth place, which is Dan versus Mitch.
So we have Dan versus Mitch in the third, fourth place finals. So again, this is first to three. I believe at this point there is no time limit for the matches. Ooh, lovely. Mitch seeing the opening and taking it, bringing the score to 1-0. Wonderful. So Mitch getting the point there, but Dan very conscious of his spacing in the arena there, knowing that one step back would have been a disqualification for that point. So forcing himself to go onto the offensive with Mitch, keeping himself in the game. So the refs have made a decision, and that's a doppio. So we're going to continue until first of three. The score is 2-0 in Mitch's favour. And there is a lovely strike to the centre.
Another way. Guardia. Via.
The score 2-1. Ooh, and a very light and quick tap to the back of Dan. I think that's a Mitch. Ooh, no, I was wrong. Dan got the point. That brings the score to 2-all. Whoever scores this point will be the third place champion of the Midlands regional tournament. And that is going to be going to Mitch. Fantastic point there. So now we come to the final. And this is going to be Ian versus Sam. We are going to be counting it as a point. So who...
Okay, for the final for the 2026 Midlands School Tournament, Ian Smith versus Sam Grafton.
So here we go. The whole day has been coming down to this. Sam versus Ian.
7. Whoever gets to 4. No time.
There is no time limit, and we're going to be playing first to 4 points. So whoever gets to 4 points first becomes the champion of the day.
Via.
That was a beautiful point. That's the first point going to Ian. I've got to say, that is exactly what LudoSport is supposed to be. It's very stylistic. That's going to be a very high style scoring point, I believe. Again, very quick point here from the pair of them. That's putting Sam on the board. Score is 1-1. Possibly a doppio coming in here. No, the point is going to Ian, it seems. Bring the score to 2-1 in favour of Ian. Lovely foresight there to get the blade in front of Sam and follow it as he went for an attempted rotation. Fair play there, Ian. Declaring that even though the hit didn't come in, it would have done if its arm was in the way. That brings the score to 3-2. Still. And there it is. Is that going to be match point? Tournament point? There it is. That's ending the match on 4-2 in favour of Ian taking the championship title today, coming highest in the tournament. Sam placing third and Mitch placing third. Everyone getting ready for the medals to be coming out there. Fantastic day from everyone involved. Some beautiful work from, so this has been the Academies tournament from Birmingham and Coventry, seeing players getting together and actually being able to go through a tournament and see how they place. The first tournament in the UK of this year. And we will be back very shortly with the medals and all of that goodness. But until then, here's a little bit of music.
event manager. I'm not here to step on your
I've
toes.
agreed to talk here.
Give us 2 minutes.
Let's do it now.
My money. Where's my money? You want one? Give me the money. £100.
£100? Sure, £100.
I'll give it you for £100. They're about 20p.
I was gonna say.
Is it up to you?
When I was a child, I used to really care about betting medals, and then I realised you can make your own.
And obviously, if you buy them, drop them.
You can, right?
That's all right.
Oh, so free to.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I need a LudoSport raffle, so that's what it's made.
Then let them pose, do their tickets, do the cameras, and then
Get a nice
Don't take that away.
No, that's one here.
Forget that. Is everyone in the room?
Is there any time? Yeah, no, there's no time. But we're just talking about this.
Oh, they're doing their tools, so interesting.
I think. Well, no, but what you think is she got a penalty?
That's right.
Yeah. So,
But
yeah, but it's just more of like, is she good?
yeah.
She's already
Yeah, it does. Still, she wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they've all seen it. They know
Yeah. Cool. We got everyone. Coventry being lazy as always. Yes, as always. Cool. Hi everyone. Thank you very much for today. Everyone put in an amazing effort. It was really good. We apologise for the amazing glitch on EdXL and our stupid having coin toss, so sorry about that. But thank you. Yes, thank you for this lovely man for fixing it for us, because otherwise it would have still been going on. It was beautiful.
It did save having to go international with trying to do it, although we did go semi-international.
Yeah, kind of.
We went across the sea.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you everybody. We'll be doing out the awards now. So we're going to start off with Wall. In third place, we've got Mitchell. I don't like touching people. Come back, you need a photo.
Sorry. Thank you.
And second place, we have Sam Grafton. And first, we have Ian Smith.
Okay.
All right, moving on to style. We have in third place, Stephen Clancy. Second place, we have Sir Ian Smith. And in first place, we have Mitner, Sam Grafton.
You can have it
Okay, and I'll move on to the Incom team, who are going to announce secure it. Congratulations! Secure Award!
The Curie Award
is awarded to Skippy.
Thank you. Lastly, we've got the class certificate.
That's the awards on our part. Now we go back to the actual deans and rectors.
Awesome. So as part of this, as you would have seen, we sent out some surveys asking everybody to put forward their nominations for the person that we thought best embodied the values of the sport at certain ranks. So taking into account those votes, what you guys nominated, but also our thoughts as deans across the schools, so it wasn't just a popularity contest. We have who we think are the best Novizio, best Initiato, that's the one, and Academico for this year across the schools. We'll start with Birmingham.
We'll start with our best Novizio. Has improved so much over the last 6 months and should be really, really proud of what he's done, especially today. Our award for best Novizio goes to James DeVille.
And for Coventry's best Novizio, this person I've not had too much interaction with, but whenever I've seen them, they have been phenomenal. They really stood above the rest for the fact that they, as a fun fact, bought their lightsaber 4 years before joining the sport. Only person I've ever seen show up to Discovery with a Lama DeLucci saber. So he's been absolutely phenomenal. Neil is our best.
Moving on to our Initiato. I think that no one in Birmingham will be surprised. One of our absolute unsung heroes, Luke Gillett.
Got to get that screenshot after. Then Coventry's Initiato. This person has been amazing in their improvement in the sport throughout the years. Amazing stepping up to compete, especially when they don't particularly want to sometimes. Always happy to go and try new things in the sport, and always helping out behind the scenes whenever they felt like we could use extra support somewhere if people have been having trouble. And particularly helping out organise today, Lily.
And finally, Coventry have decided to not do an Academico.
It felt a bit wrong to give myself a certificate. Amazing. We did time.
So our final one, our best Academico from Birmingham this year, honestly has worked on himself so much this year, continues to keep pushing himself and pushing himself and pushing himself. Every instructor I've spoken to has been immensely proud of this person, Mitchell Grove.
What?
And then can we all just give a final round of applause, please, to all of our fantastic staff today. They've run a fantastic event. Yeah, really, really, really well done.
And as always, massive thank you to Sam as well for coming along with Shots On and streaming the whole thing. Up?
Finally, no, sorry. We've got some promotions, so moving on back to the deans.
Yeah, Tom, your shoes. Cool. I'll hand it over to Reece and Tom as it's from Coventry's Form 1 class. But yeah, got some lovely promotions.
Yeah, I've never done this, so this is make it. Oh, class, I always do.
I'm going to give
Okay. So, first we've had, we're going to promote a student that's been with us for quite a few, about a year now. Initially, combat was quite difficult, but they've worked on it and improved to the point that they were approved to then compete. His dedication and attitude towards the class has also made it worth the promotion. So, Alex?
Take your coat off.
Coat
Take your
off.
coat off.
Coat off.
Coat off.
Terrible.
Yeah, you are. It's fine. Take a knee. Take a knee. We hereby promote you to the rank of an Izatio. Congratulations.
Okay.
Yeah, by your uniform.
Yeah.
The next promotion, if I may,
Yeah, you can.
is someone that is relatively new to the sport but has embodied the values of security. They have worked on themselves extensively and they continue to push themselves every single time I see them. They've contributed outside of the sport and helped improve Coventry. So, with that being said, Neil, come here. Put down your paper. Take your clothes off. Come here.
No, that's why we gave you that first. Still bad.
Take a knee, young man. We hereby promote you to the rank of an Izatio. Congratulations. Thank you. Well done. Really fun about that.
4 years ago. 6 years ago we got that.
I think that's it. So again, thank you everybody for everything you've done today, working so hard to the security. It has been really great. Thank you for not mocking me for this. And we've got Emma. We've got about an hour and 15 minutes to play. We've got the hall till 6 if you want to play around or head to the pub if so.
We have the whole time booked until 7, so don't rush up there yet. They have another event in first, so it will be very, very crowded.
Thank you!
So mess around, play. LudoSport!
Congratulations. Yeah. On both of them, right? Yeah, congrats. And congrats to your promotion, yeah.